We will do new questions today. Just 1 second. Okay, live now. Okay, great. So we are live on YouTube as well. Do new questions today. Okay, we're live on YouTube as well. So welcome back, everybody. This is Radhika Dua, and I will be taking your ABM Module A one shot today. We have done plenty questions in our paid batch. We will be doing many more new questions today. This is something of utmost importance for you. We will cover all concepts. We will cover all questions, theory questions. We will cover all practical questions as well. Today's session less about concepts, more about questions. So let's see. I will try and cover the concepts in the beginning, of course, but then let's see how time permits us. If the time is there, then we will cover more concepts as well. Okay, start. Are you all ready? I hope you all are excited. You all are in your utmost form. You are 100% out here, and we will be doing the questions. Okay, so we are doing module A, where we have 9 units to be covered. Unit 1, 2, 3 are linked. We have already done this before, that 1, 2, 3 should always be read together. These 3 are linked with each other, and unit 7, 8, 9 are linked. So one concept from one unit makes sense in some other unit, right? That is why I told you always do 1, 2, 3 together, then do the rest, then 7, 8, 9 should be done together. Okay. So let's start with unit 1. Hello, Kushma Kumari ma'am. I hope you all are here. We'll start now. We're about to start. I'll wait for a couple more minutes and we'll start exactly at 4:10. I'll give the chance for everybody to join. Don't worry. Yes, Navdeep sir, do not worry. If this is your day 1, today itself you will feel that you have done major part, because one shot for next 4 to 5 hours we will be together and we'll do everything. We will try and cover everything. So even if you're doing it for the first time today, you'll feel that okay, this is the gist of the whole module, and then you can practice more. Good evening to all. Okay. Yeah, better now, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's start then. It's already 4:10. Those who have joined. We cannot help others. Okay. We'll start with unit number 1. Unit number 1 was more about theory, but it has a lot of questions which they do ask you in exams. Every attempt you will see that there are a lot of questions from unit 1, 2, 3. Very basic, something that can be cleared by basic logics, but you all cannot do it because you emphasize more on mugging it up. In our full batch, I told you, you do not have to learn even a single formula. That is the beauty of it. I have asked you, do not learn anything, just go by concepts. That's it. Okay. Unit 1 is more about what is the definition of stats, importance, limitation of stats, what is data collection, classification, and tabulation. If you see, if you see the overall picture, you'll feel that this is not that important, but there are good questions that can be asked from here. So let me tell you the major points for unit 1. Unit 1 talks about the process and application of stats. What is stats actually? When you use the historical data, you use the historical data to interpret it, analyze it, and create some results. Or I can say you want to forecast, make decisions, etc. Right? You want to analyze the risk involved. How did you do it? You did it with the help of historical data. So unit 1 talks about process and application. Application is how do you apply stats. This stats, how do you apply it? But process is of utmost importance. Process is of utmost importance. Now how does process of statistics occur? Now the process starts from collection of the data. This process starts via collection of data. You have this data which is raw in nature. What you will do is you will try and arrange this data. How will you arrange it? You will classify it. Plus, you will tabulate it. You will classify into homogeneous groups, and then you will put it into tables using frequencies. After that, you will apply statistical tools over it. That is, you will make your analysis. Applying of tools. Then after that, you will interpret the data. Okay, what is this data making sense to you? And at last, you will communicate the results. To the end users. This is how the process of stats take place. Collection of data. You collected raw data from the whole population. Then you classified into homogeneous groups and try to tabulate it. You put your applied your statistical tools over it, and then you analyze it. You try to interpret the results, and then you communicated the results to the end users. This is the whole cycle, the whole process of stats. Now, when you collect the data, there are two forms of collecting data. You can collect the data. Now, this is all about unit 1. This is the whole unit covered into this basic line is totally unit 1, honestly, if you ask me. When you collect this data, you can collect it via two forms. That is primary source or secondary source. Primary source, that is, I am collecting this data for my own purpose. I am collecting this data first time for my own purpose. Then I will classify it, tabulate it, make analysis over it, and interpret the results to the end users. This is for me, my purpose. Now, whatever the purpose could be. What is secondary data? I am using somebody else's work. Now, when somebody else collected the data, classified it, tabulated it, analyzed it, etc., they might have had some other purpose, right? But for me, the purpose could be entirely different. Right? When I am using the data which was already collected by somebody else, for example, I'm using somebody else's reports, I'm using the data collected by RBI. This is known as secondary data. This is known as what? This is known as secondary data. Now, important point out here, you cannot say that secondary data is less reliable than primary data. It really doesn't. You really cannot say that. It depends on the source of the data. If the source is reliable, then this data is reliable. Making sense to all? Making sense to all? Right? Okay. Now, there is one important thing in this unit, that is population and sample. Population and sample. Important thing that you have to keep in your mind out here is, whenever I'm collecting the data, this whole data I cannot use. I cannot use the entire set of data is known as population. The entire set of data is known as population. I cannot apply my statistical tools. I cannot analyze the whole data. That is practically not possible. It is not logical as well. So what do I do in such cases? I cannot take this whole population into account. So what I do is, from this population, I create sample. I select few items which represent the whole data. I select few items which represent the whole population. This is known as sampling, and this is all about unit 2. This is all covered in unit 2. That is why I told you that unit 1, 2, 3 are connected. Now, one important thing that I told you in this unit was P equals to P and S equals to S. That is, from population, you can determine the parameters, and on sample you can apply the stats. The statistics can be applied to sample in order to calculate the parameter for the population. Statistics is applied to sample in order to calculate the parameter for the population. So step number 1 is this and step number 2 is this. You apply stats over sample to find out or estimate the parameter for the population. P equals to P, S equals to S. This we learned. You will have a lot of questions from here as well. That population, parameter, sample stats, a lot of questions are asked from here as well. And I do not want you to make this problem now. This error should not be repeated. Okay. And also one important thing that I would like to add here, that you will be getting the PDF, the notes for this particular marathon in the free section of the app. So you all can make use of this PDF by logging into the app and going to the free section, free resources. Now let's do some questions. I'll just give you a quick revision that what is in unit 1. Unit 1 is basically about collection of data, organizing it, presenting it, analyzing it, and interpreting it. Collection, classification, tabulation, analyzing it, and interpreting it. For decision making scientifically. Now, there are a lot of functions and importance of stats in various sectors. For example, banking, you use it for credit appraisal, risk analysis, NPA prediction, forecasting of deposit and advance. In economics, you can use it for GDP measurement, inflation calculation, employment analysis. For business, you can use it for demand forecasting, inventory control, sales trends. In government also uses it. Government uses it for calculating census, budget preparation, policy making. Now understand one thing, census we use for the whole population, entire set of the data, and sample is when you select representation. When you take representation of population, this is known as sample. Same, you can replace sample with population as well. But there are certain limitations of stats because stats only and only deals with aggregates and not individuals. For example, I have a class of 10 students, let's say. I want to see how are my students performing. What will I do is I'll take an aggregate of this and calculate average. I am not taking individual cases into account. I am only looking at the averages or aggregates. So it is a major drawback of stats. It requires quantitative data. Quality is ignored. Results may be misleading if the data is wrong. If this data was in itself wrong, then the results are also wrong. Cannot replace common sense and shows associates and not causation. It can only tell me the association and not causation. That why did this happen? They cannot tell me. They can only tell me what has happened. There is primary data and there is secondary data. We have already covered this. Primary you can collect by observation. You observe for your own. It is first hand collected by investigator for their own purpose. Important that you are collecting this data for your own purpose. You can collect it via observation, interview, questionnaire, and schedules. Secondary data via RBI reports, government publications, annual reports, journals, etc. Census versus sampling, I've already told you. Census is the entire population. Sample is only a part of the census that we will study now. It is more accurate. Of course, if I take into account the whole population, it will give me better results, more accurate. Sample, Because of sampling errors, there will be a chance of error in the sample, right? So it is, but it is less costly. Census is very time consuming. Sampling is faster. Census is expensive because applying that sort of statistical tools over such a big data is very expensive, and sampling is more economical. Classification of data. Now I have collected the data via two parts. See, I have collected the data. This is done. Primary or secondary. Now I have to classify it and tabulate it. How do I do that? How do I do that? I have to make classifications. I have to make homogeneous groups. Homogeneous groups. Items with similar characteristics should be clubbed together on the basis of their quality, quantity, chronology, and geography. So I told you how to remember this. QQCG, QQCG, QQCG. Quality, numbers. Quantity, attributes. Chronology is the events occurring, the time of event occurring. For example, time series. For example, time series, that what happened in the first quarter, what happened in the second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. First, the data was collected, then it was classified, then it was tabulated, then it was analyzed, and then at last it was interpreted. Then what is the chronology of this thing? That what happened when, by which order the things are happening. Chronology, by time, by event, by happening of the event. Then geographically is more about location. So quality, quantity, chronology, and geography. Then we are talking about tabulation. What you do is you put the whole data into tables, you assign frequency to it, you put it into rows and columns. Plus, if you want, you can assign frequency to it. Assign frequency to it. Then you are tabulating it. It is very easy for understanding. It is done for comparison. It saves times and it helps in analysis. Then you have frequency distribution. Whenever I am making a table, and I've assigned frequency to the data, for example, I have 10, 12, 13, 14. Whenever I assign frequency to it, that 10 is coming twice, 12 is coming thrice, 13 is coming 5 times, 14 is coming only once. Whenever I'm assigning frequency to it, this is known as frequency distribution. Now, for this, you should know about two things. There is discrete frequency distribution and continuous frequency distribution. Whenever the items are discrete, that is, for example, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, discrete numbers. This is known as discrete frequency. Now, if I assign a frequency to it, like, for example, 2, 5, 10, 12, 9, that how many times is 0 occurring? 2 times. How many times is 2 occurring? 5 times. How many times is 4 occurring? 10 times, etc. If I assign frequency to it, this is known as frequency distribution. But keep in mind one important thing. What if I do not assign frequency? What if I do not assign frequency to it? Is it not frequency distribution? It is still a frequency distribution. By default, the frequency of 0 will be 1. The frequency of 2 will be 1. That 0 is coming only once, 2 is coming only once, 4 is coming only once, 6 is coming only once, 8 is coming only once. So even if you do not assign a frequency to it, it is still a frequency distribution, because by default the frequency of all the discrete items is 1. All the discrete items, by default the frequency is 1 by default. Until unless assigned otherwise, the default frequency is 1. Now, what is continuous frequency distribution? When I assign class intervals 0 to 5, how many items are there? 5 to 10, how many items are there? 10 to 15, how many items are there? 15 to 20, how many items are there? In my tables, 0 to 5, I have 3 items. 5 to 10, I have 5 items. 10 to 15, I have 6 items. 15 to 20, I have 7 items. Right? So what have I done? I have given them class intervals. These are known as class intervals. This is the frequency that I've assigned. 0 to 5, what is the mid value? Also known as class mark. What will be the class mark of 0 to 5? So 0 plus 5 divided by 2, 2.5. Mid value or class mark. Cumulative frequency, another important thing that you should know. What is cumulative frequency? Whenever you add the frequency of the previous class to it. So 3, 3 plus 5, 8, 8 plus 6, 14, 14 plus 4, 21, and so on, and so on. I hope it is clear till here. Do you have any doubts? Till here, do you have any doubts? Everybody, till here, any doubts? Please ask. Let's do some questions then. Let's do some questions. Okay. Population parameter stats we have already done. Just give me. Okay, clear. Sir is saying clear. Okay, great, sir. Just let's take a break for 3 minutes and I'll be back. My laptop screen has hung, I guess. I'll have just give me 3 minutes, okay? Let's take a break for 3 minutes. आंटी मुझे लग रहा है सुष्मिता दीदी आई है नीचे एक बारी खोल दो हाँ बस बेचारा बाथरूम में हाँ, अच्छा होगा ना कमरा कैसे खाली हो गया हाँ तो एक दिन रख के ना कर लेंगे उसका चॉकलेट हाँ yes, so I am back, everybody. Oh, I am back, everybody. I hope the screen is working. Okay. Okay, so let's do the questions. I hope my screen is visible to all and you can hear me now. Are you able to hear me, all of you? Is the audio video clear? Okay, great. Let's do the questions then. The entire concept for Unit 1 is done. A National Research Council in India launched a large analytical program to improve decision making across multiple sectors, including banking, healthcare, weather prediction, sport analytics, and business strategy. During the project, different departments were asked to apply statistical tools to their data set. Okay. The banking division, just a second. The banking division analyzed customer deposits, loan demand, credit ratio, and profitability patterns before modifying its credit policy. The healthcare division conducted clinical research comparing the effectiveness of multiple treatment combination for a chronic disease. The meteorological unit attempted to forecast rainfall patterns using regression models and time series techniques. The business analytical team evaluated several investment strategies using Bayesian decision models to determine the optimal course of action. Meanwhile, a sports analytical unit examined historical player performance data to improve team strategy and correct recurring mistakes. Before performing advanced analysis, the project leader instructed all departments to properly organize their raw data into structural tables and categories, also known as classification and tabulation. Okay. After completing mathematical computations, that is analysis, the research team prepared policy recommendation for government and institutional decision makers. Based on the above situation, consider the following statements. The step where raw data set was organized into structural data and group corresponds to classification and tabulation. In the statistical investigation process, 100% correct. Yes. When I organize the raw data into tables and groups, it is known as classification and tabulation. The meteorological unit use of regression and time series techniques represent statistical analysis applied for predictive purpose. 100% correct. When I apply tools When I apply tools for making predictions, forecast, this is known as what? This is known as analysis. I am doing analysis, right? Very good, Ramanji sir. We'll have to complete the question though. Please, everybody, tell me what will be the correct answer in this comment section. Very good, Navdeep sir. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Okay, just let me complete the question. This shows me how excited you all are. Very good. Now, next statement says, just 1 second again, screen is stuck. Okay. The next statement is the healthcare division's clinical trials demonstrate the application of stats. I'm trying to apply the stats in evaluating competing treatment alternatives and identifying optimal combination. 100% correct. The banking division's modification of credit policies based on ratios and profitability analysis illustrates the use of probability-based stats. Yes, correct. We are using probability for making decisions. The final preparation of policy recommended by the research team represents the interpretation stage. Yes, you are making the decisions on the basis of the analysis that you have done. You are trying to interpret the results. The sports analytical unit study of historical player performance contradicts the fundamental objective of stats because sports performance is qualitative rather than quantitative. This is wrong. This is not correct. How can this be correct? How can this be correct? We are using, for example, in cricket, if you see, we estimate that what was the run rate on the basis of past historical data, and this is what we want to go towards. So this is not correct. The use of Bayesian decision model in business strategy is intended to evaluate payoffs associated with alternative decisions. 100% correct. This also we covered in the class, that what is Bayesian decision model, or also known as Bayesian decision tree. That when you have multiple alternatives with you, which is the best for my business, have the optimal payoff. So only 6 is not correct. Wherever you can say C6, get rid of it. Wherever you can see 6, get rid of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 7 are correct. B is the correct answer. Very good, everybody. Everybody's answer was correct. Quantitative rather than qualitative. Very good, Ramanji sir. Absolutely right. Very good, Ramanji sir, Navdeep sir, Shruti ma'am. 100% your answer was correct. Everybody watching the YouTube session also, I would like to see what are your answer in the comment box. Let's see who's winning. This answer, we are playing KBB, Kaun Banega Banker, and this answer was won by Ramanji sir. Ramanji sir has 1 lakh rupees in his account now. Ramanji sir, 1 lakh rupees. Very good. Next question. C, B is the correct answer. A research team of public policy think tank is analyzing socio-economic conditions in a large metropolitan range. In a large metropolitan region, the researchers are interested in understanding patterns of income distribution, employment characteristics and demographics. Okay, I want to understand income, employment and demographics. Since collecting data from the entire population of the city is extremely expensive and time consuming, the team decides to collect information from 5,000 households selected from different wards. So they have taken a sample. Instead of using the whole population, they have collected data from a sample. During the study, the following variables are recorded for each household: number of earnings, monthly household, religion, height, and number of accidents. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is in numbers, this is in number, this is not in numbers, this is in numbers, this is in numbers, right? So these are quantity, this is not quantity, right? Using the sample data, the researcher compute the sample mean. I have taken a sample mean, that is, I have taken an average. Sample mean income and sample standard deviation. So another stats application I have done is, I have an average, I have a standard deviation to estimate the corresponding characteristics for the entire population of the city. Yes, correct. I have taken stats from a sample to estimate parameter for population. See, I have applied stats on sample to estimate parameter for population. This is what we have done. This is what we have studied. This is correct. However, a review committee raises concerns regarding the interpretation and limitation of stats. Considering the following statements regarding the concepts and issues involved in the study. The entire set of households in the metropolitan region constitute the population for the study, whereas 5,000 selected households form the sample. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? 100% correct. All the households would have been the population. We have taken a sample for 5,000 only. We have taken a sample. So this is correct. The number of earning members and the number of examples and accidents is example of discrete variables. You can take it into whole numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. While monthly income 0 to 10,000, how much we are earning? 10,000 to 20,000, 20,000 to 30,000, and height 0 to 1 foot to 3 feet, 3 feet to 4 feet, 4 feet to 5 feet, 5 feet to 6 feet. You can take them into continuous variables. Our example of continuous variables. Do you think 2 is correct? 1000%. 2 is correct. Religion is treated as an attribute because it represents a quality and that cannot be expressed into numbers. Yes, true. Religion is an attribute, whereas income is a variate. Which can be taken into number. Attributes are only qualities, cannot be taken into numbers. The sample mean income calculated from 5,000 households represent a parameter. Sample represents a parameter because it summarizes the population characteristics. Do you think this is correct? No. Sample mean is a stats and not a parameter. You apply stats on sample to estimate parameter for population. It is not a parameter in itself. It is a stats and not parameter. Wrong. Statistical analysis based on the collected data may provide approximate conclusion about the population but cannot guarantee exact results. 100% correct. Yes, they cannot guarantee me about individual units because stats works on aggregates and not on individuals. So 5th is also correct. 6th, if the data collection process is influenced by enumerators who deliberately exclude certain low-income households, the stats results may become biased. Yes. Now this is a biased result. You have not taken the sample which was correct. You have not taken a sample which is representative of the whole population. You have by purpose left or ignored the low income people. Then this is not, the answer in itself is not correct. If the data is not correct, the answer is also not correct. Statistical methods are methods can meaningfully analyze the income of a single household without requiring any comparison with other observations. We cannot do it. Stats deals with only aggregates and not individuals. So 7th is incorrect. Okay, somebody has raised their hand. Siddharth sir wants to say something. Yes, sir. Anything you want to talk about? Siddharth sir, you raised your hand. Any question you have? Okay, I think he raised his hand by mistake. Okay, moving ahead. So 4 and 7 are not correct. Wherever you are seeing 4, get rid of it. Wherever you are seeing 7, get rid of it. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. And the first one to give us the answer was... correct answer I got was from Navdeep sir. Very good, Navdeep sir. A is the correct answer. Very good, Sharad sir, Shruti ma'am, Ramanji sir. Siddharth sir, your answer is not correct. Nidhi ma'am, your answer is not correct. 7 is not correct, everybody. Please, if you have any doubt, ask. Very good, Rushali ma'am. Absolutely right. Any doubt, Siddharth sir, Nidhi ma'am? If you have a doubt, please ask. So seventh is not correct because stats can do not deal with individuals. It deals only with aggregates. So A is the correct answer. See, seventh is incorrect. Stats deal with aggregates or masses, not individuals. Cannot deal with individual. Next question. A research institute is conducting a nationwide study on financial literacy among households. The project team adapts multiple approaches to gather info. Initially, investigators conduct face-to-face interviews. Face-to-face interviews, first-hand information, primary source of collection of data with selected households to understand their financial behavior. Okay. They also design an online questionnaire containing both multiple choice and descriptive questions, which is circulated to thousands of respondents. Okay. This is also questionnaire, also primary source, right? Due to budget constraint, the researcher collect detailed responses only from 5,000 households. That is our sample now. And of the total 2 million households. So I have taken 5,000 instead of 20 lakhs. Ensuring that age distribution, gender composition and urban-rural population match the national structure. So we know that the sample is representative of the whole data. We have taken into account all sort of characteristics. Okay, makes sense. For historical comparison, the researcher uses data published earlier by RBI, WHO, reports on financial awareness indicators, and a past government census report. This is secondary data. I have used work of somebody else and their purpose might have been something else. That really doesn't matter to me. I am work for somebody, work that was created by somebody else. Later, another academic researcher uses the final report of this study. Somebody else is using our work, primary work somebody else is using now for their own research. So our work has become secondary for them, right? The work that was primary for us, that we have done on our own, has become secondary for somebody else now because they are using our work for their own different purpose, right? Now, the face-to-face interaction conducted with households constitutes the direct interview method of collecting primary data. Correct. The online questionnaire used in the study cannot be treated as primary because it is administered through internet. Have we talked about that? Have we talked about this any given time that you cannot use online data? We have never used such information till yet. This is new information to me as well. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. Questionnaires I can send to anybody by any which way. This is not correct. The selection of 5,000 out of 2 million represents a sample, provided the sample reflects the population. Correct. Correct. Next statement. The earlier report of RBI and WHO used in the study constitutes secondary data for research institute. Correct. And using somebody else's work. If the entire 2 million household had been surveyed instead of 5,000, the exercise would have been classified as a census. Do you think that is correct? If I would have used the whole population instead of a sample, will that constitute as a census? Yes. Correct. Correct. I can replace population as census as well. The final report prepared by institute will continue to remain primary for all future researchers when they use it. Do you think that is correct? No, this is incorrect. My report has become secondary to somebody else. My primary data has become secondary data for somebody else. So this is not correct. When another academic uses the institute's report, the information becomes secondary for that researcher. Correct. So 2 and 6 are not correct. Wherever you can see 2, 6, get rid of it. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. And the first one to give us the answer was Sharad sir. Very good, Sharad sir. 1 lakh rupees to you. Very good, Rushali ma'am. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Sharad sir, 1 lakh rupees. Last question was given to Navdeep sir. 1 lakh rupees. Let's see by the end of the session who has maximum amount in their account now. So D is the correct answer. Next question. A research analyst is examining the demographic and performance characteristics of an employee in a large financial institution. The raw data sets contains 24 employees, that is my whole population, including age, monthly income, gender, this, that, everything they have taken into account. To analyze the data set effectively, the analyst performs several steps. First, employees are grouped by gender and literacy level of their highest qualification. Okay, so I have given groups by 2 characteristics. Okay. In another exercise, the analyst arranges employees according to their city of posting across different regions of the country. In a separate table, the analyst arranges the number of employees joining the bank in each year from 15 to 24. For analyzing the training scores, the analyst constructs the following frequency. So I have this is continuous data. This is continuous data and this is the frequency. One important thing I would like to educate it over here. Before I take you to the questions, I want to give you some information over here. This is inclusive data. This is inclusive sort of data. The upper limit and the lower limit is not correct, is not same. The upper limit and the lower limit of 2 continuous class intervals is not same, implying this is inclusive data and I cannot work with it. I cannot work with it. You cannot apply statistical tools to such a data. I can only apply stats tools to data like this: 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 80, where upper limit of one class and the lower limit of another class, consecutive 2 class is same. Only then I can apply my tools. This I cannot apply tools. So how do I convert this into this? I told you how to do it. You find out the difference between the two, divided by 2 and add it to upper limits and lower limit, add and less it from upper limit and lower limit accordingly, right? This we did in our previous sessions, right? Now, later the analyst converts the interval 60 to 69 in an exclusive class boundary. I've already told you this we cannot work with. This we cannot work with. Right, and also calculates the relative frequency, percentage frequency and frequency density. This we know how to calculate these. They can ask you a direct question also from here, that how do you calculate relative frequency and percentage frequency and frequency density. Based on the above information, classification of employees according to gender and literacy level represents 2-way classification. Do you think this is correct? I have taken 2 modes or 2 criteria for forming classes. Very good, Navdeep sir. Absolutely right. Yes. Yes, this is correct. It is a 2-way. Yes, it is correct. It is a 2-way classification. When you use 2 characteristics for making classes, it is known as 2-way classification. Arranging employees according to the city represents geographical classification. Do you think this is correct? This is also correct. When I am taking classification on the basis of their location, this is known as geographical classification. The table showing number of employees joining the bank from 15 to 24 represent chronological explanation or classification. This is also correct. I have created a time series. I have created that this how many join in 25, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 15, 24. I have created a time series for myself. This is also correct. The class interval 60 to 69 is an inclusive type interval. An exclusive boundary will be 59.5 to 69.5. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. How do we calculate this? How do we calculate it? This is, you take the gap between upper limit of the first class and lower limit of the second class. So upper limit of the first class and lower limit of the second class. What is the difference here? 1 divided by 2. What is the difference? 0.5. 0.5. So what will you do? You will subtract it from lower limit and add it to upper limit. So 60 minus 0.5, 59.5, 69 plus 0.5, 69.5. So this is also correct. This is also correct. Statement number 4. 100% correct. Statement number 5. The relative frequency of 70 to 79 is 0.283. 70 to 79 is 0.283. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. I know that relative frequency is equals to class frequency divided by total frequency. What is the total frequency? 6 plus 10, 16 plus 18. 16 plus 18 is how much? 34 plus 26. That is 60 plus 2, 20, 80 plus 12, 92. So for 70 to 79, it will be 26 divided by 92, which is not equal to 0.283. So this is wrong. This is wrong. 5 is, okay, amount will be 0.2826. This is also correct. This is also correct. Approximately it will come to this only. Approximately it will come to 0.283 only. 26 divided by 92 is 0.2826, which is approximately equal to 0.283. Correct? Correct. 100% correct. Now, the percentage frequency of 80 to 89 is 21.74. So, what is, first of all, tell me what is the percentage frequency? So, percentage frequency is nothing but percentage of relative, which is 20 divided by 92 into 100, which will come to approx 21.739, which is 21.74%. So, this is also correct. Sixth is also correct. Lastly, we have, last statement says the frequency density of class interval 50 to 59 is 1.5. Then, what is, first of all, what is frequency the density? It is frequency divided by width. Frequency divided by width. So, what is my frequency? 10. What is the width? 9 is the width. So, it is not 1.5. That is not 1.5. 10 divided by 9 is the frequency is 50 to 59. Frequency is approx 10. Approx 10 only I can take the width to be 10 for simple calculation. This is not correct. 7th is not correct. So, wherever you can see 7, get rid of it. Wherever you can see 7, get rid of it. Let me just, first of all, I think option number D is not visible to everybody, right? Option number D is not visible to all. Okay, let me make some spacing for you. Yeah, D is visible to you all now. So, wherever you can see 7, get rid of it. So, D is not the correct answer. C should be the correct answer. C has all the options except for 7. So, C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. And, okay, you want me to write all the formulas? Okay, I'll do that, sir. Don't worry, Ramanji, sir. So, the correct answer is, who gave me the first correct answer was Sharad, sir, once again. Absolutely right, Sharad sir. C is the correct answer. Shruti ma'am, very good. Navdeep sir, very good. Ramanji sir, very good. C is the correct answer. I'll write all the formula once for you. And Sharad sir, 2 lakh rupees now. Rushali ma'am, very good. So, I have to write the formulas. Just give me 1 second. I'll write the whole formulas for you. Now, what is class? Let me take a fresh page for that, okay? Just write the formulas, please. Class intervals 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30. This is known as exclusive series. And I can work with that. But 0 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, I cannot work with this. Cannot work with this. You cannot work with this. You have to convert. This is known as inclusive series. You cannot work with this. You have to convert inclusive to exclusive. How do you do that? How do you do that? Take difference from upper limit and lower limit from continuous classes. This is usually 1 divided by 2. Now this difference minus from lower limit plus to upper limit. So for this you can convert anything by subtracting. For example, if I have to convert 10 to 20, it will be 9.52. Oh, sorry. If I have to convert this, it will be 9.5 to 19.5. Subtracted from lower, added to upper. Okay. Okay. Now, what is class mark? Class mark is also known as the mid mark, which is lower limit plus upper limit divided by 2. What is relative frequency? Your class frequency divided by total frequency. What is percentage frequency? Class frequency divided by total frequency into 100, or you can also write relative frequency into 100. Then what is most important? Frequency distribution, or also known as frequency depth or density. Frequency density, you calculate it by using class frequency divided by the width. So these are the common formulas that you have to keep in mind. Okay. Okay, sir. Ramanji sir, I hope it is clear now. Clear. Great. Great. Let's move forward. Okay. Next question that I have for you is, madam, going to some fast, madam. I'm going too fast. You feel that? Should I slow down? Should I slow down? Do you all feel that way? Then I'll slow down. Because we have a lot of questions to cover today. We have just today's session with us, right? Next whole week, it is working for you all. It is working for me too. Should I slow down? Please give your comments. It's okay. Please be fast. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Okay, next question. I'll not be faster though. I'll try and maintain this frequency that we are on right now. We are done with unit 1. We have to move to unit 2 now, which is sampling techniques. Okay. Next, now I understand that this is my whole population, and from the whole population only I can select a sample for further analysis, since it is not logical to apply so much of resources, time over the whole population. That is not actually a logical step that you should take. So how can I take samples? From the whole sample, it will be biased if I apply my own judgments. That will not be good. I cannot apply my past experiences on a new population which is biased, and the results will be biased. If my sample is biased, my results will also be biased. That is not good for us. This is something which we are not ready to do. Then what should we do actually? What should be the course of action? In such scenarios, there are two types of sampling processes or techniques or rules you can take into account. Two. Either it could be random or it could be others. If it is random, then the probability of selecting each unit is equal, right? If it is random, also known as probability sampling, then the chances of selection of each unit is equal. No unit will feel left out. And it is best for us. It is the best sort of technique for us, right? Now, for others, you are using your personal judgments, you are applying your bias, and then you are selecting a sample. I'm not saying that applying your judgment is wrong. See, I've worked so much, then I should be able to apply my judgments as well. We are never saying that applying judgments will give you wrong answers. No. But selecting any sample, any particular unit at random will always fetch you better results. This is what we are saying. This is what we are saying, and it is actually true. That selection of units at random is better than applying your own judgment. Because your judgment because since we are human beings, your judgment might be biased and it might give you faulty results. So, as the name suggests, on the basis of judgment, there is nothing that we can do. But on the basis of random sampling, there are 4 methods. So, if I have to divide it, the sampling techniques can be divided into 2 portions: random, also known as probability selection, or others, on the basis of your judgment, your estimates, etc., your experience, this, that. We are more concerned about this and less concerned about this. So, on the basis of this, you have 4 methods or 4 techniques of selecting your sample. First is SRS, simplified random sampling. On random basis, you select anything. This is known as simplified random sampling. Then you have systematic random sampling. Then you have stratified random sampling, and lastly you have cluster. So for remembering this, I told you SSSC. SSSC. We know what is SSC. We have just added one more S to it. SSSC. Simplified random sampling is nothing but on random you are selecting on random basis you are selecting each and every unit. Any unit you are selecting, it is randomly you are selected. You have not applied any scientific formula to it. Mostly used with large populations, SRS. Systematic random sampling. In this, what you do is you apply your past experiences and judgment to select the first item. This is my whole population. Now, the first unit that I will use, it is on the basis of my past judgment, or this can also be random. Okay. From here, I am selecting every nth unit. For example, from here, I am selecting every third unit. So, from here, I will select every third unit. 1, 2, 3, I have selected this. 1, 2, 3, I have selected this. 1, 2, 3, I have selected this. So, this is what you are doing. You will select the first unit on the basis of your judgment or past experience, or this can also be random, and from there you will select the nth item. You will select the nth item, right? You can select the nth item. From there, like if this was my first item, 1, 2, 3, this was my second item. 1, 2, 3, this was my second item. 1, 2, 3, this was my third item. 1, 2, 3, this was my fourth item. 1, 2, 3, this was my fifth item. I can do that, right? So this is known as systematic random sampling. Then you have stratified random sampling. In stratas, what you do is I have my whole population. I will convert or arrange this whole data into stratas. Stratas meaning homogeneous groups. I will create homogeneous groups like age. People with this age come here. People with this income level come here. People with this weight come here. I have made different stratas. I have made different homogeneous groups. But within these groups, there is a lot of variation. Like I have taken people with the same age. I have taken them, but there is a whole variation inside age. For example, there are people with disability. There are people with higher income level. There are people with maybe, let's say, they have some disease. So there is a lot of variation inside the strata, inside the homogeneous groups. Lastly, we have is cluster. So what you did was you made clusters and then you assigned people to it. You assigned people to it, or you assigned the items to it. So there are four types of techniques: SRS, scientific or simplified scientific. Then you have strata, and lastly you have cluster. Lastly you have cluster. Any doubt till here? Any doubt till here? Lastly, I'll tell you one thing, that what is my sampling distribution? When I take different samples, in a population, I can take 10 samples, right? In a population, I can take 10 samples. I can take sample A, B, C, D, E, F, right? That I'm allowed to take. I can take various samples of various combinations. This is my population. I can collect sample A from it, B, C, D, E, F. When I tabulate it, when I put it into a table, this is known as sampling distribution. This is known as sampling distribution. I can also apply averages to it. For example, I can calculate average mean for my sample. For my each sample, there will be a different mean. There will be a different mean. I understand each sample will have different mean, different sampling mean, right? So whenever there is a normal population, the sample mean, if I have taken large enough sample, it will be equal to my population mean. If there is a non-normal population, then my sampling for non-normal population, the sample mean will never be equal to the population mean. Then we study about CLT, that what is central limit theorem. So what we do is we have a equation that y is z equals to a plus bx, or y equals to a plus bx, where a is the slope, b is the intercept. Then you have a finite population multiplier. Whenever the error is less than equals to 5, you will apply this. Now for all the questions, remember, if your n is sample and capital N is the population. If your sample is 30 and above, you have taken a good sample. If the error in the sample is 5 or below 5, you can use finite population multiplier. I hope this is making sense to all. This is the gist of all unit 2. Now let's not spend much time over it and do questions. Right? I have taken what is sample, what are the advantages of sample. Then there are types of sample: simple, systematic, strata, and cluster. When you divide the whole population into similar homogeneous groups, this, for example, agriculture, MSME, retail, you divide it into clusters. Then you have non-probability sampling, also known as others. For example, your judgment, your convenience, your quota sampling. Then what is sampling error? I know that my sample will definitely have some error because the sample is only representative of the whole population, right? The results of the sample will be different from the results of the whole population. If I calculate mean for the whole population, maybe it is 100. If I calculate mean of the sample, maybe it is 90. So there is a difference between the population mean and the sample mean, right? So there is always a difference. This difference is due to random error and systematic error. Now random error is not in my control, systematic error is in my control. I can control this, I cannot control this. Now very important concept for your exam: standard error. Very important for your exams. You have to understand this. They will ask you a direct question from here. What is standard error? Standard error is nothing but we want to understand that this is my total population and this is my sample. There is a variation in both of these. There is a variation in what is the results for my population, and there is a variation in what is the result for my sample, right? That can be calculated using standard error. That can be calculated using standard error. Now understand, bigger the sample, lesser the standard error, right? Bigger the sample, better the results. Correct? Now, standard error, the formula for standard error is standard deviation for the whole population divided by under root of n. divided by under root of n. Small n I have written, that is the sample size. If I had written capital N, this is population size. Small n is for sample size, right? This is how you calculate your standard error. Then if we did our CLT, CLT is nothing but that what size of sample should I take for better results. So a good sample should be representative. It should be of adequate size, not too big, not too small. It should be free from your bias, and it should be scientifically selected. Standard error formula I have already given you. This formula, yes, you should keep in mind. They will definitely ask you a question from here. Now let's do the questions. A multinational dairy company processes 1,20,000 liters of milk per day across several processing units. Okay. Testing every milk packet for quality is impractical. I cannot test all the packets. That is true. The quality control department select random packets from each batch and test them for bacterial contamination and fat content. At the same time, the marketing division is conducting a survey to understand consumer migration preference for dairy product brands in urban India. Initially, they ask only large supermarket chains and premium consumer for their opinion. Later, a statistician advises that the survey should be redesigned to use a random probability sample covering households across different income groups. Okay. The company also wants to estimate the average fat content of all milk packets produced during a day using results obtained from the sampled packets. So I want to use stats for estimating parameters, right? Based on the above situation, consider the following statements. The entire day's production of milk packets constitutes the population for quality testing study. The entire day's production is the population. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? That for the entire day, whatever the production is, that we are deducing that this is the population. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. The packet selected for laboratory testing represents the sample, and the number of packets selected form the sample size. Correct. This is also correct. The average fat contained calculated from the tested packet is a population parameter because it reflects the entire production output. No. The average that will be taken from the sample will be stat and not parameter. Wrong. The initial marketing survey that targeted only supermarket chain and premium consumer represents a bias sample. This is correct. Yes. Random probability sampling would allow the company to statistically estimate the reliability of results, unlike judgment sampling. This is also correct. If I take a random sample, that will give me better results. This is also 100% correct. Judgment sampling cannot be used even for primarily pilot studies in market research. Can I not use judgment for primary studies? This is wrong. Because whenever I am conducting primary studies, I cannot put in more money. Then I can use my judgment. If a company conducted quality test on every single packet produced during the day, the process would be called complete enumeration or census. Correct. If I had taken all the units, it would have been census. So 3 and 6 are not correct. On the basis of this, A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. And the first one who gave me the correct answer was Durgesh sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Very good, Ramanji sir, Ramesh Kari sir, Navdeep sir. Very good. Central limit theorem नहीं पता लगा. Okay. क्या हो रहा है? Central limit theorem is telling you that what should be your sample size in order so that your population size, it is a representation of the population size. So CLT is nothing but what should be your sample. Higher the sample, CLT is saying higher the sample, less the chances of error. But it is also saying at the same time Let's see, my sample was more than 30. That is more than the sufficient amount, right? It was more than equal to 30. Now, if I double my sample, let's say my new sample is 60, and the sample error in the first sample was, let's say, around 4. The sample error, the standard error in the first sample of 30 was 4. Now I have doubled my sample. My sample is 60. Will the standard error reduce to 2? Since I have doubled my sample, will the standard error reduce by half? Tell me that. Will it be reduced to half? No. CLT says that even if you double your sample, your error will not reduce to half. CLT says that even if you double your sample, your error will not reduce to half. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good. So this is what CLT is saying, that what is the correct selection of your sample. CLT is talking about that. CLT is saying higher the sample, higher the chances of correct answer and lesser the chances of risk. But even if you double your sample, your standard error will not reduce to half. This is what CLT is saying. And they might ask you a question like that also. Is it clear, Navdeep sir, now? Very good, Rushali ma'am. Okay. I want answers from everybody who's watching online. Please like the video if you are liking it. If you are getting good information from the video, I would request everybody to please like the video. Share it with your friends so that they can also reap benefits from it. Okay. Great, Navdeep sir. Next. Moving to the next question. Is the correct answer. Next. A research analyst in a consulting firm wants to study employee work-life balance. Okay. The firm has 100 employees, numbered from 00 to 99. To select a simple random sample of 10 employees, simple random sample, SRS, the analyst use a table of random digits. Okay. Maybe I can use a Google Dice. I can ask Google to create random numbers for me, or I can use a random table of random digits, right? Each employee is assigned a 2-digit number from 00 to 99. Okay. The analyst reads the random digit table row wise and selects the first 2 digits of each digit number. For example, 15, 20, 83, 82, 83. If a number already selected appears again, it is ignored and the next number is considered, since the sampling is without replacement. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense to us. Evaluate the following statements. In simple random sampling, every possible sample of size 10 from the population of 100 has an equal probability of being selected. They are saying that every possible sample, because I have 100 population with me. I have a population of 100 items. I have divided into groups of, let's say, 10. Sample size is 10 with me. Now, each group, each sample has equal probability of being chosen. Do you think that is correct? Yes. Yes, 100%. This is correct. Because only in SRS, each individual has equal chance of being chosen and each sample also has equal chance of being chosen. Each individual has equal chances of being chosen and each sample has equal chance of being chosen. Please keep this in your mind. You will have a question like this in your exam. Okay. So first one is the correct statement. If the analyst has adopted sampling with replacement, now this is without replacement. I am taking a sample. I'm choosing now let's assume that this is my pot. In my pot, I have put a lot of chits with all the digits that I have given. I'm taking out the chit, reading it, selecting this into the group and putting the chit back. I'm not replacing that chit. Okay. What if there was a replacement? That if I've taken out the chit, now I'm replacing it. Okay? The same employee could appear more than once in the final sample. Since it is without replacement, nobody can be taken twice. You are selected once, okay, now somebody else will be taken. But if it was with replacement, that I have taken out one and I have put in something else instead of it, do you think One could have been chosen twice. Yes, true. This is true. The statement is correct. If the first 10 two-digit numbers obtained from the random digit table are 15, 20, 83, 82, 69, 09, 72, 85, this, all of them can directly constitute the sample without any rejection under the stated procedure. I can directly take them as a sample now. No, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Why is this incorrect? Important. I have taken numbers at random from this bowl. From this spot, I have taken numbers and I have said, okay, you are a sample now. And on the basis of this, I have created 10 samples. On the basis of this, I have created 10 samples. Now, all these samples, all these 10 samples also have equal chances of being selected. At random, now I can select any sample. I took chits and I created 10 groups. First group should have whom all, that also was selected from the chits. Second sample should have whom all, that was also selected from the chits. Third, same ways, 10 groups. Now, from these 10 groups also, which group should be chosen? It should be on the basis of random table only. This is SRS. This is SRS. So directly I cannot say that only these are my sample now. No, I have created various samples from the population. For this question, exactly 10 samples, and from these 10 I can select any one now. So 3 is incorrect. Although all numbers are within the valid range, the sampling procedures require checking for duplicate numbers, right? Because it is without replacement first. If repeated numbers will be there, we'll have to ignore them and select somebody else, and the final sample will be after that. So 3 is not correct. Fourth, in simple random sampling without replacement from a population of 100, the probability that a specific number is included in a table of 10 employees equal to 0.10. 100% correct. 100% correct. 100 divided by 10. 0.1. 0.1 correct. The use of table of random digits ensure that each digit from 0 to 9 appears with equal probability. Do you think this is correct? Now 0 to 9 equal probability, yes. Any sequence of any length, correct. So this is also correct. 5 is also correct. 6. If the sampling process were conducted with replacement, like I took out one chit and placed another chit instead of this, the probability that a particular employee at least once is 0.10. No, it is not correct now. It will be 99 divided by 100 power 10, which is not equal to 0.10. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So 1, 2, 4, 5 are correct. So the correct answer is B. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Very good, Ramanji sir. Very good, Sharad sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. B is the correct answer. Shruti ma'am, very good. Shruti ma'am has 1 lakh rupees now. Next question. A nationwide market research agency is studying consumer preferences for smart television across the metropolitan region of 5 million households. The research director evaluates different sampling methods. The city is divided into 1,000 residential blocks. Now, this is my total population. I have made different blocks containing 500 households. The team randomly selects 40 blocks and surveys all households in that blocks. So I have created various stratas, I have created various clusters, I have created various groups. Now from these groups, any 40 can be selected. Okay. Another research analyst proposed dividing household into income groups and drawing samples to their proportionate share. I have income groups, lower, middle, upper. Now, on the basis of their proportion, select. Okay. A junior analyst suggests selecting every 25th household. This is what? Systematic, right? The research director also notes that many statistical interference Procedure assumes the sample originates from SRS even if practical sampling differs. Okay. During pilot testing, the analyst observes that the selecting household every seventh entry leads to over-representation of apartment due to the ordering pattern. Select which is the correct. Okay. The method of selecting 40 residential blocks and surveying every household represents cluster sampling. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Yes. Yes. I created clusters of 1000 and at random I have selected only 40. So yes, this is correct. One is correct. First statement is correct. Dividing household into income groups is strata. Do you think which will have definitely internally it will have different variations? Because do you remember I said in strata you will create homogeneous groups, but within themselves there will be a lot of variation. For example, I've created income, lower, middle and upper, homogeneous groups, income, but within themselves there's a lot of variation. Right? So stratified sampling divides the population into homogeneous stratas, income groups. Not major head is income, homogeneous, all income. But there's a lot of variation within itself, lower, middle, upper middle, higher, right? So it is correct. This is correct. Selecting every 24th after choosing a random start represents systematic sampling. Do you think this is correct? This is also correct. In the ordering of the municipal registry follows a hidden pattern linked to the housing type. Systematic sampling may reduce biased sample if there is a pattern. If there is a pattern and you are using every nth number, the systematic sampling can definitely become biased. If there is already a pattern and I'm using every 25th, then I'm following the pattern, right? I'm following the pattern, so this will become biased. So this is also correct. This is also correct. If ordering follows a hidden pattern, systematic may produce a biased product. Yes, the results will be biased. If there is already a pattern and I'm selecting every nth person, then I'm following the pattern only. The cluster sampling design assumes that each cluster is broadly representative of the population characteristics. Do you think this is correct? This is also correct. When I am forming clusters, in my mind, I will always feel that the cluster is representative of the whole population. Sixth, stratified sampling is most efficient when there is a large variation within each stratum, but minimal variation between stratas. Do you think this is correct? Do you think statement number 5 is correct? Oh, sorry, 6 is correct. No, this is incorrect. It is useful for cluster and not for strata. Stratified sampling is most efficient when variation within the strata is small and between the stratas is large. Within me there is variation which is small, but among various strata, like strata number 1, income, within the group there is variation but not very large. Strata number 2, weight. So difference between strata number 1 and strata number 2 is very high. The variation between strata 1 and strata 2 is high, right? This is known as strata. But cluster, within the cluster there is no variation, but on the outside, cluster 1 and cluster 2, cluster 3, cluster 4 will be same. So 6th is incorrect. 7th, if you have within the stratum, between the strata there should be higher variation and amongst the strata there should be less variation. Statistical inference procedure commonly assume SRS, even better. This is also correct. This is also correct. So only 6 is not correct. Only 6 is not correct. So C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am, Sharad sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. The amount goes to your account now. Next question. A risk analyst team in a large bank is studying the age of non-NPAs every year. The population of NPA has an unknown distribution with mean and standard deviation. Instead of examining the entire population, the analyst repeatedly draw random samples of 10 NPA from each of the portfolio. For each sample, they calculate the sample mean average of NPA. Okay, I've taken various samples and every sample has their own mean. Okay. After conceptualizing all possible samples of sample size 10, they visualize the distribution of these sample means. This theoretical distribution has mean X and deviation this. Okay, I have created a sampling distribution, sample A, B, C, D, and they have their own means X, Y, Z. Okay, each sample will have their own mean. Now, of these means also I can calculate a mean. Of these sample means also a mean can be calculated. X plus Y plus Z divided by 3. I will get a mean of the sample means, right? And I can also calculate standard deviation for the samples. From this data, I can also calculate standard deviation for this, right? Absolutely right. The distribution formed by all possible sample means is known as sampling distribution of the mean. Correct. When I have taken various samples and I have put their means into a table, this is known as sampling distribution. So this is correct. This is 100% correct. What is sampling distribution? Nothing. I have taken various samples from the mean. I have taken out their mean and I have put them into a table. This is sampling distribution. Correct. The mean of this sampling distribution is expected to be approximately equal to the population mean. They are saying that this mean should be equal to the population mean. Do you think this is correct? The mean of the sample means should be approximately equal to the sample mean. Well, yes. This could be correct only if there is normal distribution. If there is normal distribution, then it is correct. So I will assume that this is normal distribution and I'll state the statement to be correct. The standard deviation of the sampling distribution represents the standard error of the mean. Do you think this is correct? Yes. What is standard error? Standard error is nothing but standard deviation of the whole portfolio divided by under root of n. So this is also correct. So the standard deviation of this sampling distribution is known as standard error. Correct. The variability in the sample mean arises primarily because of different random samples contain different combination of NPAs. Do you think this is correct? Yes. There is a variability in the sample means because the sample is different. This is also correct. 5. 5 is if the analyst increases the size from 10 to 50, the standard error of the mean would generally decrease. Correct. If my sample size increases, the error size decreases. This is also correct. So all 5 are correct. So D is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Very good, Navdeep sir, sorry. Very good, Shruti ma'am, Durgesh sir, Sharad sir, Ramanji sir. Very good. Shabash. Sabhi ka answer sahi hai. I'm very proud of you all. Very good. YouTube people also, please give me your answers. I'm waiting for your answers here. Okay, next question. A large commercial bank analyzes the distribution of balances in its savings account. The balances follow a normal distribution. Okay. Mean balance is itna, standard deviation is this much. The bank analyst department randomly selects a sample of 100 accounts. Now this is my N. The analyst wants to evaluate the probability that the sample mean lies between this and this. Now this is an important question. What is the probability that my sample mean will lie between this and this? I want to understand what will be my Z. Using the standard normal transformation, calculate the value Then the Z value for 1900 is minus 1.67 and 2050 is plus 0.83. Okay. How do we calculate the value of Z? First of all, let's see that. Now, understand. Let's read each and every statement and let's see how it is going. Let's take a water break before we do this. Let's take 2 minutes break, okay? Yeah. I hope you all are done with the water break now. I was a bit thirsty. Now, moving ahead, the standard error of the mean of the sample 100 equals to 6. Standard, what is the formula for standard error? Standard deviation divided by under root of n. So it will be under root of 100. What is the standard deviation of the whole population? It is given to me as 600. So 600 divided by 10, which will be equal to 60 and not 6. Oh, I'm muted. Okay. Sorry everybody. Thank you for letting me know. अभी ठीक ठीक है Just give me 1 minute, everybody. I think there is a problem somewhere. Is everything all fine now? Are you able to? Is everything all fine now? Is my screen visible and everything is visible? Okay, great. Um, Tick. The sampling error statement is not correct. It should be 60 and not 6. Next, the sampling distribution of the mean will follow a normal distribution with mean 2000 and standard deviation 60. Yes, we will follow with normal distribution. The mean is 2000 and the standard deviation is 6. Standard deviation is 60. It should be standard deviation of the whole population. Sampling distribution parameters, mean is 2000 and standard deviation is correct. Standard deviation or standard error should be 60. Correct. You can make it as standard error, right? The probability that the sample lies between 1900 and 2050 is 0.8749. Now, important for us. Understand what we are saying. Do we know how to calculate the probability between two samples? Have I taught you that? I haven't taught you that in this class. We have done this in our paid classes. How do we calculate it? It's very simple. You take the probability area between z minus 1.67 and z plus 0.83. How do I calculate it? For area between 0 to 1.67, I know the value is 0.4525. I have to learn this? Yes, you have to learn this for your exams. For area 0 to 0.83 is 0.2967. You have to learn these 2 points. So 0.4525 plus 0.2967, it will be 0.7492. And the probability will be 74.92%. That is why the probability will be 74.92%. So this is not correct. We know that the area for 0 to 1.67 is 0.4525. This I told you that you should learn 0.4525. And for 0 to 0.83 is 0.7492. This also we should learn. 0.7242. This also we should learn. When you add both of these, you will get 74.2 this percentage, and which will be the correct percentage for you, which will be the correct probability. So this is not right. 3 is not right. Fourth, the sample size were increased to 400. The standard error will fall to 30. If I increase my standard size, sample size from 100 to 200, I am making it 4 times. I am taking it 4 times. It should make my standard error fall to half. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? It is correct. If n is increased, the sample size will definitely, the standard error will definitely reduce. And the proportion is not same. Here we are increasing the sample size by 4 and we are reducing the error only by half. So this is correct. This is correct. If the population standard deviation doubled while sample size remained unchanged, if the standard deviation doubled and the size remains unchanged, the standard error will also double. They are saying that if standard deviation doubles, the standard error also doubles. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct. This is also correct. If my deviation was 600 earlier, it should be, if it comes to 1200, then the deviation will also become 120. So this is also correct. The probability between this and this is obtained by adding the areas between the z values having opposite signs. This is also correct. This is also correct. If z values were positive, and the probability between them would be found between subtracting the smaller table value from the larger value. This is also correct. This is also correct. So only 3 is not correct. So the correct answer for you will be D. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. It was not correct. So D is the correct answer. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 are correct. So D is the correct answer. Navdeep sir, any doubt here? Do you have any doubt? One is also wrong. I've just we did not mark it wrong. We proved that it is wrong. We just forgot to mark it wrong. Okay. Clear? Can we move forward now? Not clear, Navdeep sir. Which point is not clear to you? Please ask. Which point is not clear? Please ask. Anybody, if any point is not clear to you, please ask me. Fourth point, explain. Okay. If the sample size were to increase to 400, okay. Right now, my sample size is 100. They are saying the new sample size should be 400. Okay. The standard error will fall to 30. Here, the standard error is how much? The standard error is 60. You see, now they are saying that the standard error will be 30. Let's calculate it. If my N2 is 400, my standard deviation is what? 600 under root of 400. 600 divided by 20, 30. So this is correct. Did you get it now? Got it, Ramanji sir? Okay, Navdeep sir is saying it is clear to him now. Sorry. Clear to everybody? Ramanji sir, is it clear now? Okay. Moving ahead. Next. A statistic researcher is analyzing the life of a motorcycle tire for 5 months. Okay. Chetan, Dinesh, Ishwar, Firoz and George. The population distribution is clearly non-normal and highly skewed because of the extreme values 15 months. Okay. To understand the behavior of the sampling distribution of the mean, the researcher considers all possible samples of size 3. I have taken various samples, sample 1, 2, 3, 4 and all of them I have taken items of 3 each without replacement. This is for us, which is good. From the population and computes the sample mean. After calculating all possible combination, the researcher observes that total population tire life is 36 months. The total population. So the population life is 36 months. Population mean is 77.2. Sum of all calculated mean is 72. So basically what they are saying, sample 1 plus sample 2 plus sample 3 is given to us is as 72. Whatever till sample n. Number of samples is 10. So till sample 10, the sum is equals to 72. The researchers also observed that the distribution of the sample mean appears more systematic than the original population distribution. What they are saying is that the sample mean is more systematic as compared to population because the population was highly skewed, right? Now tell me which of the following statements are correct. Even though the population distribution is non-normal, we know the population distribution is not normal. It is highly skewed. The mean of the sampling distribution will still equal the population mean if all samples were considered. If you have taken into account all the samples, still the population mean will be equal to the sample mean. Do you think that is correct? Yes. The population mean will be equal to the sample mean regardless of how is my population distribution. Regardless of how is my population distribution. Never have I told you that this will be equal to this only if there is a normal distribution. See, in the previous question as well, I told you that the mean of the sampling distribution is expected to be approximately equal to the population mean. Only if the normal distribution is, then we would have said that this is wrong. Then we would have said that this is wrong. If the line was added here, that only if normal distribution is there, then the answer would have been wrong. But since this line was not here, I will assume that this is in general for everybody. In general for everybody. So I have never said this to you that the population distribution has to be normal, only then the mean of the samples will be equal to the population mean. No, we're never saying that. The only condition is all the samples should be taken into account. The only condition is all the samples should be taken into account. So one is right. One is correct. The mean of the sample means will be equal to the mean of population, given that all samples were taken, regardless of how the population distribution is. Right? Next. The sampling distribution of the mean will always have exactly the same shape as the population distribution, regardless the sample size. Wrong. Higher the size, the shape will be different. So wrong. As the sample size increases, the sample distribution of the sample mean tends to approach a normal distribution, even if the population distribution is skewed. This is a bit tricky. My CLT says when the sample size increases, the sampling distribution of mean, it approaches normality. If my sample size will increase, the chances of error will decrease and we will move towards normality. That is, we will become more normal now. Right? So the statement is right over here. This holds here also. In this CLT statement also, we have never talked about the population distribution. What is the shape of the population? We have not talked about that. So irrespective of how the population is, the CLT says if you increase the sample, you will be more normal. There will be less chances of error. So 3 is also correct. So as the sample size increases, the sampling distribution approaches to normal distribution, even if the population is skewed, because we never talked about in CLT or otherwise, we have never told that the population has to be normal. Never. In the above case, the mean of the sampling distribution equals 7.2 because of the sum of all samples divided by the number of samples equals the population mean. Let's calculate it. The sum of all the population is 72 and the number of samples is 10. So the mean of the sample mean is 7.2. This is correct. The statement given to us is correct. Also, if you did 36 by 5, then also it would have been same. Right? If the sample size were increased significantly and many samples were drawn, the CLT would explain why sampling distributions become approximately normal. If you increase the size, you will attain normality. Yes, CLT says this only. So this is correct. So 2 is not correct. Wherever you are seeing 2, get rid of it. B is the correct option. I hope you all were able to do it. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Very good, Ramanji sir. Durgesh sir, your answer was not right. People on YouTube, please let me know what are your views. Able to do the questions? These are good questions. Are you able to do it? Next question. A large private bank is analyzing the monthly incentive earnings of relationship managers across the country. The population distribution of incentive earnings is highly positively skewed. That is, it is on the right side. Because a few managers can can earn extremely high incentives, because few managers are earning extremely huge, few might be earning extremely low. Because of this, because of the extremities, it is positively skewed on the higher side, right? Population mean incentive is 52. The population mean is ditna. Population standard deviation is ditna. The HR analytical team randomly selects a sample of 36 managers. So small n is 36. Use the CLT to evaluate the probability that the sample mean exceeds 55,000. The Z-score, the team computes the standard errors and computes the results into Z-scores. Okay. Even though the population distribution of incentive is positively skewed, the population distribution of the sample distribution of the sample mean will tend to approximate a normal distribution because the sample size is significantly large. I have told you, if the sample size is 30 and above, if the size is 30 and above, we will assume that this is large. This is good. This is good sample that you have taken. And yes, correct. CLT says that irrespective how is your population, if your sample size is good, if we have increased the sample size, it is of good approximate nature, then your sample will reach normality. It will be more normal. So this is correct. This is correct. The standard error of the sample for the given sample size equals 1500. Let's calculate it. It should be standard of the population divided by standard deviation of population divided by under root of n. Standard deviation of the population is 9000 divided by under root of 36, which will be equal to how much? Calculate, please. In ABM, you cannot sit without your calculators. Please calculate how much will it be. Yes, it will be 9000 divided by 6, which is equal to 15. This is correct. It is 1500. 100% the answer is correct. Which will be equal to 1500. 9000 divided by under root of 36 is 6. So 1500. The calculated Z value for sample mean of 55,000 is approximately 2. Do you think you can calculate the Z values? Do you think you can calculate the Z values? It will be standard deviation, sample mean minus population mean divided by standard error. We know the formula for Z also. Minus population mean divided by standard error, which is the mean. It will be minus standard mean is given to us as 52. So 55,000 minus 52,000 divided by standard error, which is 1500, which will come to 2, which is equal to 3000 divided by 1500, which is 2. So this is correct. This is correct. If Z is not given to you, you can use this formula. That is the probability given to you, the number for probability minus the population mean divided by standard error. The probability that the sample mean exceed 55,000 is more than 3%. Now this is tricky. This is tricky. If Z is 2, the area mean is 0.4772, approx the same area which we have done in the previous question also. It will be, probability will be around 2.28 and not 2. So this is wrong. This is wrong. You have to learn the Z values. I have told you this before also. So this is not correct. This is not correct. Any doubt, anybody? I can see there was, has somebody raised their hand? No. Okay. Now next statement. Last statement is, if the sample size were increased from 36 to 144, new n is 144, the standard error would reduce to 1/2 of the previous value. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. My new value will be 9000 divided by under root of 144. 9000 divided by 12, which will come to how much? Which will come to 750. It will be 750, and yes, 750 is less a half of 1500. So this is also correct. This is also Correct. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 are correct. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Ramesh Kari sir. Any doubt, anybody? Any doubt, anybody? Next. Okay, somebody is raising their hand. Navdeep sir, yes. Something you want to ask? Please ask. If there is anything you want to ask, ask. Skewness per question tha last time. We'll do the skewness question also, Navdeep sir, don't worry. Fifth statement, Durgesh sir is asking. Okay. The sample size increased from 36 to 144. The new n is 144. So the answer will be 750. Now 750 is half of 1500. That is why the statement is correct, Durgesh sir. One half or half means the same, sir. Same thing, sir. Reduced to one half of its previous value. It is correct, Durgesh sir. The statement is absolutely right. Navdeep sir, please watch the previous marathon also. In that marathon, we did entirely different set of questions, which were very good. So if you are doing it for the first time today, please go through the paid class last marathon that we did last Sunday. Do that, and you will have a better understanding of all the units. There we did concepts in more depth. Okay. Next, a policy research unit. Any question? Everybody clear till here? Everybody, can I move forward? All the questions are clear till here. See, 2 hours have already passed, and we have done only 2 units till here. We have to increase the limit now. The speed has to be increased. Any questions? Anybody, please ask. Yes, fast mode now. No questions? Great. Very good, Roshali ma'am. Our policy research unit is analyzing employee attribution across a finite population. Attribution is for characteristics. The population consists of n 120. They have written capital N, so 120. Even if they did not write population, I should be able to determine that this is population only. Historical data shows that the standard deviation is 84. The research team randomly selects small n 30, sample size 30, without replacement to estimate the mean turnover level of policy recommendation. A senior statistician suggests adjusting the standard error using FPM, using the finite population multiplier, if the error is 5 or below, right? Because the sampling fraction is not negligible. Finite for if the error is more than 5, or if the error is 5 or more, then you use finite population multiplier, and if it is less, then infinite. Using the relevant statistical relationship, evaluate the following statements. The sampling fraction for the study is 0.25, which is large enough to justify the use of finite population multiplier. Do you think this is correct? If the fraction is just 0.25, should you use finite population multiplier? Correct. When 30 divided by 120, 0.25 is the fraction. That is 25% of the whole population is in, there is a sampling fraction. I have taken 30 from 120. That is 25% of the population I have taken. And if the sampling fraction is 5 or less, FPM can be ignored. If the error is 5 or less, I should ignore FPM, finite multiple, the multiple, right? But if the error is 5 or more, if the fraction is 5 or more, I should apply the finite multiplier, right? Since 0.25 is more than 0.05, 25% is more than 5%. Yes, FPM should be used, and the formula for FPM, capital N minus N divided by capital N minus 1, the whole under root, that formula should be used. That formula should be used. So this statement is correct. 30 I have taken out of 120. That is 25% of my population I have taken as my sample. If the fraction or the error or the sample that I have taken is less than 5, then FPM cannot be used. But since this sampling fraction is more than equal to 5, then FPM should be used. Here it is 25, which is more than 5. So FPM should be used, and the formula should be under root of N minus N divided by capital N minus 1, right? The finite population multiplier of the sample is approximately 0.868. Let's calculate it. Under root of 120 minus 30 divided by 120 minus 1, which will come to 0.868. So the statement is correct. So the statement is 100% correct. The standard error of the sample mean without the finite population adjustment would be approximately 15.34. If I do not do the finite population multiplier adjustment, it should be 15.34. Do you think this is correct? Apply the formula standard deviation divided by under root of N, which is the standard deviation is given to us as 84 divided by under root of 30, which will be approximately the same amount. So this is also correct. This is also correct. After applying the finite population multiplier, the adjusted standard error is 13.31. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Let's apply the formula. Let's apply the formula standard error into under root of N minus N divided by N minus 1, which will come to standard deviation is 15.34 into 0.868, which will be approx 13.31. So this is also correct. This is also correct. Keep these formulas into your mind, please. These formulas into your mind, and you will have your answer. If the researchers instead sampled 9 firms, so the new sample is 9. The finite population multiplier could safely be ignored under the generally accepted rule. 9 divided by 120 is how much? 9 divided by 120 is how much? 0.06, which is more than 5%. 6% I can write as. This is more than 5%. 6 is more than 5. So FPM cannot be ignored. So this is wrong. I should apply FPM over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are correct. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Very good, Ramanji sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. I've just written the formulas, sir. Navdeep sir, I hope it is making sense to you now. Navdeep sir, is it making sense? When I'll share the PDF with you, in the answers I have already written the formula. So don't worry. Here also I have written the formula, and in the answers also I have written the formula. In the answers also I have written all the formulas. So don't worry, okay? Next question. Next. Very good, Roshali ma'am. Next question. Okay, now we have Schoener's kurtosis question, which is unit 3. Now, unit 3 is important practically, if you ask me. Unit 3 can be divided into 2 parts. Part number A is all about central tendency, and part number B is dispersion Schoener's kurtosis. I'll give you a gist. I'll take 5 minutes and I'll give you the gist of the whole unit. Now, let's take a fresh page. Unit 3, I'm saying let's divide it into part A and part B. Part B is about central tendencies. What is central tendency? That this is my whole data, with whole population, whole data that I have with me, whole observations. I want to find the central tendency of it. I want to find the average of it, or the middle value of it, or the number which has highest frequency. These three will tell me what is the middle value. When I say I'm trying to find the average, I'm trying to find the arithmetic mean, geometric mean, or harmonic mean. Middle value, that is the median, which could be for odd number or even number. Then highest frequency, that is the mode. This will tell me the central tendency, that the whole population can be reduced to just one single number, and this one single number could be an average, which is arithmetic mean or geometric mean or harmonic mean. It could be a middle value, that this whole population is divided into two equal halves, which is the median. A different formula is for odd number, a different formula is for even numbers. And if you remember, we did continuous class intervals and frequencies also. The equation, the formula is different there as well. And lastly, you had highest frequency, that is the mode. Part B is about dispersion, that how is your data set dispersed. For example, standard deviation, mean deviation, range, that what from each single unit, how far is it away from the central tendency. That is what dispersion is telling you. If my central tendency is 10 and the data set I have is 0, 2, 6, 12, 14, 20, so how much each individual unit is away from the central tendency. This is what dispersion is telling you. Then you have skewness, that how skewed is your population, how extreme values you have. How extreme values you have, that is what is told about in skewness. If you have more positive or higher side values, which are extreme values, then it is positively skewed. If you have more values on the lower side, extreme lower side, for example 0, 1, 2 out of 100, extremely low marks, then it is negatively skewed. Lastly, you have kurtosis. That what is the, it is more about visuals. Kurtosis is more about visual. That what is the peak? What is the peak point of your distribution? What is the peak point of your distribution? Whether it is highly peaked, whether it is flat, whether it is steep. This is known as kurtosis. Now, let's not spend a lot of time over formulas, because that will require a lot of time. Let's do the questions, and among the questions, I'll give you the formulas. Okay, ready, all of you? Ready? Okay, before we start unit 3, let's take a small break. It is 5, 6:18 right now, 6:19, 6:20. Let's take a 10-minute break. Eat something, come back. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start at exactly 6:30. Okay? Take a 6-minute break, all of you. Okay, so everybody back? Is everybody back? Okay, I hope you all are back to the class. Let's do the questions. People on YouTube, I hope you all are back. Okay. Question number 1 for I'll share the PDF. There are a lot of formulas in it, so don't worry about it. I've even taken small examples for people who are unaware of how to calculate arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean. With the help of the solution, you can 100% do it. So even if you have not taken the whole batch and you were not able to practice more, if you try it right now, this week is very essential. If you go through these PDFs are free resources. If you want to buy the batch right now itself, it will really, really help you, because 1 week time is more than enough for good understanding of the concepts and good question solving. So right now also you can pass. Okay. Question number 1. A financial analyst is studying the monthly incentive earnings of employees in 3 departments of a company. The analyst initially calculated the mean incentive of department A, 40 employees, that is the N size, as 52, and department B as 64. Later, the following issues were identified. In department A, one incentive amount of rupees 96 had been wrongly recorded as 69 while calculating the mean. So, in my mean, the mean in itself is wrong now because one of the observations is wrong. Okay. We'll have to correct it. In department B, the analyst realized that the incentive of employee worth 120 had been omitted entirely. A third department with 50 employees has a correctly computed mean incentive of 70. Okay. After correcting the above errors and including the omitted values, the analyst decides to compute the corrected combined mean. Combined mean, department A into its mean plus department B into its mean plus the weight of department A into the mean of department A plus weight of department B into mean of department B plus weight of department C into mean of department C. And here the weight is N. Here the weight is nothing but N. Okay. The original total incentive calculated for department A becomes, before correction, was 2080. So before the calculation, the total incentive was 2080. Let's calculate it. Let's see if it is correct or not. Total incentive for department A. How many people are there in A? There are 40 employees in A and the mean was 52. So total divided by 40 will be equal to 52. So the total will be equal to 52 into 40, which will come to, will it come to 2080? All of you, please calculate. Please calculate. Will it come to 2080? Nobody sits in this class without calculator. Yes, the statement is correct. The statement is correct because 40 into 52 is approximately 2080, which is correct. Second, after correcting the recorded error, the revised mean incentive for department A becomes 52.675. So let's correct it. 2080 minus the incorrect value plus the correct value. This will be a new total. So 2080 minus incorrect, whatever is incorrect, हटा दो उसको, और जो भी सही है उसको ऐड कर दो. Whatever is correct, bring it into the calculations. So the new corrected total will be 2107. 2107. So 2107 divided by 40. Divided by 40, which will be 52.675. So this is also correct. This is also correct. Next. The corrected mean incentive of Department D after including the omitted value is 64.92. Let's calculate that. Let's calculate that. Abhi kya tha? Abhi total divided by 60 is equals to 64. So the total was 64 into 60, which was approx how much? 3840. Add 120 to it. 3960. 3960 divided by 60. 3960 divided by 60. Sorry, divided by 61 because you omitted 1. So n will also increase. Important. N will also increase. Previously, you took only 60 items, whereas in the department 1 was omitted. So new n is 61. New n is 61. So the new mean will be 64.92. 64, which is correct. Which is correct. Okay. The combined mean of A and B after correction is 59.2. So for combined mean, it will be n1 into x bar 1 plus n2 into x bar 2 divided by n1 plus n2. So n is kitna? 40. New mean is 52.675 plus n2 is 61 and the new mean is 64.92. 40 plus 61. So the answer should be 60.07. So this is wrong. Statement number 4 is wrong. Combined mean is 60.04. So this is wrong. The final combined mean incentive of all three departments is 62.56. How can it be 62.56? One is 52, other one is 64, another one is 70. It can never be 62.56, no matter what. So this is wrong. This is wrong. Combined will be 50 into 70, which is 3500. So 3500 plus 2107 plus 3960 divided by 40 plus 61 plus 50, which will be 151, which is 63.357. So this is not correct. So only 1, 2, 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Durgesh sir, your answer is wrong. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Any doubt? Were you able to solve the question? You all. A is the correct answer. Were you able to solve this question? It was a free question. If I'm an examiner and you have a question like this, this question is fetching you free marks. Really, it had no calculations. Honestly, pure logic. So if you were able to do this, like free marks for you. Really. Were you able to do it, all of you? I'm waiting for your answer. Were you able to do it? Should I repeat? Should I repeat any point? People on the YouTube, should I repeat any point? Should I repeat anything out here? I'm waiting for your answer, please. I'll not move forward unless you tell me. Am I audible to all? Visible, audible to all, right? I'm not getting any. Shruti ma'am is saying clear. Pushpa Kumari ma'am is also saying clear. Okay, great. If it is clear, then I'll move forward. Next question. A financial analyst is evaluating the long-term performance of 4 startups included in venture portfolio. The annual growth multiplier of the companies is recorded as this. Okay, over 4 years. Over 4 years, I have 4 multipliers. Another intern mistakenly computed the arithmetic mean of the multiplier to estimate the average annual growth, while the senior analyst insisted that GM should be used. Yes, geometric mean is used for growth, for stock market, for indices. So arithmetic mean was not the correct answer. Geometric mean should be taken. Assume that all values are positive and represent multiplicative growth factors. The geometric mean of the four multipliers will be less than arithmetic mean of the same observation. Absolutely right. We know that a arithmetic mean is more than geometric mean, which is more than harmonic mean. So this is correct. If any one of the growth multipliers were 0, the geometric mean would also become 0. Geometric mean cannot be applied where the values are 0 or negative. Geometric mean cannot be applied where values are 0 or negative. So if one of the values is 0, the answer will be 0. Correct. If one of the values is 0, the answer will automatically become 0 because it is not sum but a product of the values. Geometric mean is what? x1 into x2 into x3, and you take the nth root till xn, and you take the nth root. For this question, I specifically taught you how to use the calculator. Do you remember? Should I repeat? Should I tell the calculator use again for taking the nth root? Please tell me in the comment box. Then I'll take time and I'll tell you how to use the calculator in exams. Next, if one of the multipliers were negative, the geometric mean would still exist, but would require taking an event root of a negative product. Do you think that is correct? Incorrect. Geometric mean cannot be applied to 0 and negative values. So wrong. The geometric mean represents the constant annual compounded growth factor when applied for 4 years, produces the same overall growth actual multiplier. This is correct. It is for growth and it is a constant continuous compounding. So it is correct. If the analyst converts a multiplier to percentage growth rate and averages them using arithmetic mean, the results will give the same compounded formula. Incorrect. Wrong. Percentages cannot be computed using arithmetic mean. Arithmetic averaging of percentage, they ignore the compounding. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So only 1, 2 and 4 are correct. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Ramanji sir. C is the correct answer. Next. A financial analyst is comparing the performance of 3 portfolio managers who generated returns at different analyzed rates during the varying time segments. Since the returns are expressed at rate, the analyst decides to use an approximate measure of CT. The analyst also wants to check central theoretical relationship between AM, GM and HM. We know the relationship is what? Can anybody state it in the comment box? What is the statement between AM, GM and HM? I hope you remember the formula. I hope you remember the formula. AM into HM is equals to GM square. AM into HM will be equal to GM square. Okay. Based on the analyst understanding, harmonic mean is the reciprocal of the arithmetic mean of reciprocals of observations and generally suitable when observations represent ratios such as rates of returns or speeds. 100% correct. Harmonic mean is obviously the reciprocal of arithmetic mean of reciprocal of observations. So it is 1 upon x, the sum of 1 upon x. So 1 is correct. When observation represent ratios of two variables with different measurement units, harmonic mean generally provides a more meaningful average than arithmetic mean. When both the elements have different measurement units, then you use harmonic mean instead of average mean, arithmetic mean. So this is also correct. If arithmetic mean of two numbers is 16 and geometric mean is 8, what is the harmonic mean? It is so simple. If arithmetic mean is 16, the harmonic mean is 4, it should be equal to square of 8. Is this correct? Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. Yes. 16, let's assume this as harmonic mean, is equals to 64. So harmonic mean will be 64 upon 16, which is equals to 4. So the statement is correct. For any positive database, the general inequality relationship between three mean is arithmetic mean is more than geometric mean, which is more than harmonic mean. This is also correct. This also we have done. If the returns of the three investments are 10, 20, 40, the harmonic mean of this return will always be greater than arithmetic mean. This is wrong. Wrong. Arithmetic mean more than geometric mean, which is more than harmonic mean. So, of course, arithmetic mean is more than harmonic mean. So, fifth is wrong. So, the correct answer is A. 1, 2, 3, 4 are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4 are correct. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Ramanji sir. Any doubt, anybody here? Any doubt, anybody? Very good, Rushali ma'am. Thank you. ZMX NCBC 47410. Whatever the name is, I'm sorry, I do not know the full name. Okay, moving ahead is the correct answer. Next, a financial analyst. Okay, wait. Should bring the whole this thing to one screen? This is not. Now it is on one screen, right? Okay, but it is not. You are unable to read it. I'll bring it over here. Now I feel you can read the question. Yes. A financial analyst is examining the distribution of daily transaction values in thousands processed by a fintech platform. The analyst compiles following groups. We have these class intervals. We have these class intervals. And these are the frequencies. Number of transaction is nothing but frequency, right? It is known that the median of the transaction is 32. Median is 32. Okay. The class width is uniform. So if this is 10, this is 10, this is 10, this is also 10. The lower boundary of the median class is considered after converting to continuous interval. Okay, these are continuous only. The total observations are 70 plus x. Since I do not know what is this, the total is given to me as 70 plus x. Okay. Using the concept of median, quartile, cumulative frequency and interquartile range, consider the following statements. The median class is 30 to 40. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. I know whenever you have continuous series and you have to find the median, the first thing you have to do is calculate the cumulative frequency. Okay, 6 plus 14 is 20. 20 plus 24 is 44. 44 plus x will be 44 plus x. 44 plus 16. 60 plus x plus 10. 70 plus x. So 70 plus x is equal to the total. So this is correct. Now, how do I calculate what is my median class? I will take 70 plus x divided by the total classes that I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So my median class will be 30 to 40. My median class will be 30 to 40. N divided by 2. You take n divided by 2. Right? So it will be 35 plus x. 35 plus x. So till 24. Oh, it will be 35 plus x. Yes. N is 70 plus x, so median formula, lower class plus n by 2 minus cumulative frequency upon f into h. So which will come to your answer. The median is 32. See, I do not have to think much about it. The median is 32, which will fall here only, no? Which will fall here only. So this is the correct answer. 30 to 40 is your median class. The median is 32. So 30 to 40 is the median class. You do not have to apply much brains to it. The value of the missing frequency x is equals to 20. Let's calculate it. I know what is the median formula. Lower frequency plus n by 2 minus cumulative frequency divided by frequency of your own class into L1 H1 minus L1. So what is the lower class? 30 plus n by 2, which is 35 plus x, minus cumulative frequency. So cumulative frequency of the class preceding the median class, 44, divided by your own frequency, which is x, into 10. The width is 10, right? The h is 10. So it will be 30 plus minus 9 plus x upon x into 10, which is not equal to 20. So x is not equal to 20 for sure. I know the median is 20. 32, the median is given to me as 32. I should be able to calculate the formula. This is not correct. 2 is not correct. Are you with me here? Are you able to do the question? Should I go away from the screen? I think I'm taking a major portion of the screen. Yeah. Do you think this is correct? Are you able to do the question? It's a very logical question. If you know the formula, you will be able to do it. And formula for any, the median formula for class intervals is L1 plus n by 2, that is total cumulative frequency divided by 2 divided by cumulative frequency preceding the median class. Here it is 24, divided by frequency of your own class, which is x, into upper limit minus lower limit, which is 10 here. Okay, so lower limit is 30, n by 2 is 35 plus x minus cumulative frequency by x by 2. Actually it should be 35 plus x by 2, right? Minus f, cumulative frequency is how much? Cumulative frequency is 24 divided by x, which will be equal to, into 10, which will be equal to 32, which is not equal to 20 for sure. So this is wrong. Third, if the correct value x is used, the first quartile will lie between 20 to 30 class. Okay, if you know the correct value of x, which is 100% sure, which is not 20, and if I solve the equation, it will come to 30. So x is 30. So your total n is 70 plus 30, which is 100. First quartile position will be n by 4, which is 25. 25. Where will 25 fall? 25 will fall in 10 to, since 25 lies between 20 and 44, so Q1 lies between 20 to 30, right? It will lie between 20 to 30. So this statement is also correct. This statement is also correct. This was a bit tricky. Were you able to do it? Should I repeat again? Okay, I'll repeat it again for you. When I'll solve this equation, n will come to 30. Okay, n will come to 30. See, solve the equation. Just solve the equation. 30, cumulative frequency is 44. The one before us. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been using the wrong amount here. Cumulative frequency of the class preceding us. So it should be 44 and not 24. I don't know why did I write 24. I wrote 44 only earlier. So it is 44. Right? And your h is 10. Frequency is x. So your x will come to as 30. Right? If I have to calculate the first quartile, that is n by 4. For quarter 1, you will take n by 4. Like for median, I took n by 2 for determining my median class. For determining your quartile class, you will calculate n by 4. For determining your second quartile, it will be 2n by 4, which will be equal to median, which is n by 2, and for third quartile it should be 3n by 4 for calculating the class, the respective class, which class we have to take. So if my x is 30, so the total will come to as 100 divided by 4, which is equals to 25. Where is 25 falling? Where is 25 falling? 25 is, you have to see from the cumulative frequency that where will 25 fall. It is more than 25 and less than 44. So your quartile class is 20 to 30. So your quartile class is 20 to 30. So the given statement is correct. So the given statement is correct. The interquartile range can be computed if the mean of the distribution is unknown. Do you think that is correct? Do you think that is correct? No. The interquartile range is Q3 minus Q1. I know the Q3, I know the Q1. I do not wish to calculate the mean. Even then I can find out. Even then I can find out my quartile range. So this is correct. So this is correct. I do not have to find out mean. Even if the mean is unknown, I just have to know what is Q1 and what is Q3, and I can find out the range. So this is correct. The median would remain unchanged if extremely large observations were added in the highest class intervals. Highest class interval, if I add a lot of frequency to it, if I add a lot of frequency to it, will the median position be same? Yes, correct. The median will become unhinged because the median class is fixed. Because the median class is fixed, right? It depends on the middle observation. It does not depend on how many frequencies do I have to it. It is one position which is dividing my whole population into two equal halves. So the position will be same even if you add more frequency to it, right? It is a positional measure and not data average. It is the position. So the position will remain always the same. So my 30 to 40 will always divide the whole population into two equal halves. Right? Right? So yes, fifth is also correct. Fifth is also correct. So the correct answer is C. The correct answer is C. Were you able to do it, all of you? This was a good question. Were you able to do it? I'll say keep this in revision. This question should be taken into revision. This is a good question. Very good, Rishali ma'am. Were you able to do the question, all of you? If you are liking the class, please hit the like button, follow us, and share it with your friends. Were you able to do the question? This question should be kept in your revision. I'm waiting for your answer. Should I repeat this question or were you able to do it? Should I repeat anything in this? I'll not move forward unless I get an answer from you. It was an important question. Okay. I'm getting no answer from anybody. What should I imply from it? Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, Nagamalli sir, Pushpa Kumari ma'am, B.R. Meena sir, Shruti ma'am, Ramesh sir, Divan sir. Were you able to do it? Nidhi ma'am. Once more I should explain. Okay. Let me take a fresh page. I'll explain it to you, don't worry. Whenever you get a question like such, where you have to calculate median and you have class intervals, you have frequency, the first step should be calculate cumulative frequency. I hope you know how to calculate cumulative frequency. This is 4, 6, 10, 12, 14, x. Let's say this was x and this was 12. Okay. This was not given to you. Now This is an extreme question when one frequency is not given to you. I'll tell you one basic question first, where the frequencies are given to you. Let me solve that for you, then we can move forward. 12, 16. Cumulative frequency, step number 1, calculate cumulative frequency. 4 plus 6, 10. 10 plus 10, 20. 20 plus 12, 32. 32 plus 14, 46. 46 plus 16, 62. The total of your frequency should be equal to the last table. Step number 2, calculate the median class. I have to calculate in which class my median will fall. For that, you will do n by 2. So 62 by 2, which is 31. Where is 31 falling? 31 will fall for 16, 20. No, 31 will fall between 20 and 32. So this is my median class. This is my median class. So 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and 50 to 60. So this is my median class. In this median class, apply the formula L1 plus n by 2 minus cumulative frequency divided by your own frequency into upper limit minus, maybe you can name it as L2 minus L1. L1 is 30 plus n by 2 is 31 minus cumulative frequency of the median class. So this is 20 divided by your own frequency, which is 12, into 40 minus 30, which is 10. So it will be 30 plus 11 divided by 12 into 10. This will be your median. This will be your median. You understand till here, right? All clear till here? No problem till here. What if I hide one frequency from you? I write it as F. Will you be able to solve it again? And I tell you what is the median. I tell you what is the median. Will you be able to find the value of X? Yes, you will be able to find the value of X. You do not have to think much about it, right? Now, always remember, quartiles and medians are interlinked. If this is my whole table, if this is my whole distribution, when I cut the whole distribution from half, this is my median. This is my median, dividing the whole distribution into 2 equal halves, n by 2. This is second quartile. This is the first quartile. Oh, sorry. This is the first quartile at 25%. This is 50%. 75% is quartile 3. And quartile 4 is 100% of the total population. If I have to find the range, so Q3 minus Q1 will be the range for my quartile. Interquartile range is interquartile range. Okay? If I have to find out what is Q1, Q2, Q3, using the same formula, same classes, same formula, use the same formula only for finding the quartile class. Instead of n by 2, you will use n by 4 for quartile 1, 2n by 2 for quartile 2, which is equals to n by 2 only, which is median, because for quartile 3 you will use 3n by 4. Okay, this way you will be able to find your quartile class. The way we found out our median class, by dividing n by 2, you find out which class will my median fall in. By applying this formula, you will find out in which class my quartile will fall in, right? In which class my quartile will fall in. That is why you use these instead of n by 2. Now is it clear? Now you will be able to do the whole question. Ma'am, in this question, important is how to calculate X. Yes, absolutely right, Durgesh sir. In this question, it is very important to calculate X. If you would have applied the formula n1 plus n by 2 minus CF divided by F into height, which is L2 minus L1, right? This is already given to you, that what is the median. Can you not find out the value of x now? You can very easily find out the value of x. Is it clear to everybody now? Is it clear, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir? Is it clear now? In this was an extreme question where they were asking you to find the value of x. But see, the last time ABFM exam was typical. This time ABM exam can be typical, or some other paper can be typical. We have to prepare for such level. If you get lower level questions, it is fine for us. It is very good for us. But we should prepare for such level, right? Clear? Roshali ma'am, very good ma'am. Moving forward. Everybody clear now? Is it clear to all now? You'll be able to do all the questions after this. Question number 5. A data analyst in a financial institution is examining the distribution of transactions. Okay, these are my class intervals. These are my frequencies. It computed the mean processing time is 36 seconds. Now I have mean with us. And estimated median is 37. I have my mean, I have my median. The model class of the distribution is 30 to 40. Like same. How do I calculate mode when class frequencies are given to me? For mode, I do not have to apply much of my brains. I find the class with highest frequency, because mode is what? How many times there is repetition? Event with highest repetitions. So event with highest frequency is my model class. So 30 to 40. Highest frequency 35. 30 to 40 is my model class. So this is correct. The value of mod calculated using the grouped data formula will be 33 and 36. Using this group data, they are saying the value of mode using the group data formula will lie between 33 and 36. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? No. Understand. This is incorrect. The formula is, for mode, the formula is lower frequency plus f1 minus f0 divided by 2f1 minus f0 minus f2 into the height. That is L2 minus L1. Now what is f1? What is f2? Me, the model class. I am the model class, so my frequency will be f1. So my frequency will be f1. Anything coming before me will be f0. Anything coming after me will be f2. If I am f1, preceding me f0, succeeding me f2, right? Just put this into the formula. 30 plus 35 minus 18 divided by 2f1, that is 70, minus f0 18 minus 30 into what is the height? 10. Calculate it. It will come to 37.73. It will come to 37.73, and it is not lying between this. So this is wrong. This is wrong. Very good, Pushpa Kumari ma'am. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Moving ahead. Next statement. Where is the statement? If the empirical relationship between mean, median and mode is used, the approximate mode will be 39 seconds. First of all, tell me, what is the empirical relationship between mean, median and mode? I know that mean is equals to 3 times of median minus 2 times of mode. Mean is equals to 3 times of median minus 2 times of mode. And I told you that to learn the formula also for this, right? I told you how to learn the formula also for this. I can do it. So what will be the mode in such a case? Use this equation. So mean twice of mode will be equal to 3 times of mean minus 1 time of 3 times of median minus 1 time of mean. So twice of mode will be equal to 3 times of median, which is 37, minus 1 time of mean, which is 36. So mode will be 3 into 37 minus 36 divided by 2, which will come to around this minus this 39. which will be 111 minus 72, which will be 39. So yes, this is correct. This is correct. Use this equation, please. Use this equation, please. Next, if the frequency of 40 to 50 increases sufficiently to exceed the frequency of 30 to 40, the model class would shift even if the other class frequency remains unchanged. 100% correct. If I increase this frequency from 30 to 40 and this has increased my 35 previous model class, then my new model class will be 40 to 50. Yes, so this is also correct. Mod is always a reliable representative measure of central tendency for group distribution because it is based on all observations. Do you think this is correct? This is not correct. This is incorrect. It is not using all observation. It is using the observation with highest frequency only. So this is incorrect. Incorrect. 5 is incorrect. So only 1, 3 and 4 are correct. So B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Were you all able to do it? I'm not getting any answers from you now. I understand the energy is not that high right now, but try and solve it. Please try and solve the questions. If you are not solving it, what is the point of me doing it? I already know the answers. Right? You should be the ones who is solving it. Were you able to do the question, everybody? Moving ahead. B is the correct answer. Next, a risk analyst team in a commercial bank is analyzing the variability of daily profit figures generated by proprietary trading desk during a particular week. These are my observation. Discrete variation I have. The chief risk officer asked the analyst to evaluate the dispersion of the data set. Okay. And comment on the usefulness and limitation of the range and related measures. The range of the data set is 20 and the coefficient of range is 0.5. Okay. Now the range will be highest minus lowest, which will be highest is 30 and the lowest is 12. So the range is how much? The lowest is 10, sorry. So the range is 20. So this is correct. And the coefficient of range, use the formula highest minus lowest divided by highest plus lowest. The formula for coefficient of range is how much? Maximum minus minimum divided by maximum plus minimum, which is 0.5. Which is 0.5. So this is also correct. This is also correct. So the statement number 1 is correct. The extreme variation 10 and 30 are removed from the data set. The range decreases, but the mean of the remaining observation must remain unchanged. Oh, do you think that is correct? They are saying if I remove 10 and 30. Okay, let's remove 10 and 30 from the observation. Let's remove 10 and 30 from the observation. Now the new range will be different. The new range will be 25 minus 12. The new range will be 25 minus 12, which is 13. Okay. They are saying the new mean should necessarily become unchanged. How is that possible? How is that possible? The mean will also change now. So this is wrong. This is wrong. The range is sensitive to extreme values because it is determined only by maximum and minimum observation, ignoring the remaining values in the data set. This is correct. This is 100% correct because in range we are taking only maximum minus minimum. So this is correct. Even though range does not use all observation, it is still frequently used in quality control, share price fluctuation and weather forecasting because it provides a quick indication of variability. This is also correct. Statement number 4 correct. Because if I want to see what is the variation, I'll take highest minus lowest. Simple. A good measure of dispersion should ideally be rigidly defined. Yes. Based on all observation. Yes. Easy to compute. Yes. Capable of algebraic treatment. Yes. And relatively stable against sampling fluctuation. Correct. Conditions with range satisfies completely. Correct. But do you think a good dispersion variable is based on all the observations? No. It is highly sensitive to It is not relatively stable. It is highly sensitive to sampling fluctuation. So this is not correct. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Ramanji sir, your answer is not correct. Shruti ma'am, your answer is not correct. Durgesh sir, your answer is not correct. Why do you think A is the correct answer? Fifth is not correct. Very good, Nagamalli sir. 1 lakh to you, sir. D is the correct answer. 2 is not correct. 5 is also not correct. I cannot take into account all observations, and my good measure of dispersion is highly sensitive to sampling fluctuation. So 2 of these things are not correct. Fifth is not correct. D is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamalli sir. Very good, Rushali ma'am. Next. Now this is also not visible to all, I guess. Wait, just give me 1 second. I hope it is visible to all now. A financial analyst is examining the dispersion. This is the data that is given to me. After calculating, they know the mean income is 46. Okay, the mean income is 46. I can also calculate the mean. I can find the mid mark, which will become the new x. This is the frequency. So x into frequency, and I will get my answer. Take a sum of it. It is already given to you as 46. And they are saying that the sum of frequency into x minus x bar is 980. Okay, I have calculated my x, which is 46. If I have to calculate my mid value for sure, right? Mid value will be 10, 20. Oh, sorry, it will be 25. So my mid values I should calculate out here. 20 to 30, the mid value will be how much? 25, 35, 45, 55, 65. Frequency I have, and what is the mean value? 46. So x minus x bar will be how much? 25 minus 46, 35 minus 46, 45 minus 46, 55 minus 46, and 65 minus 46. Multiplied by f into x minus x bar, take the positive values and you will get it. 1 into 2, you will. This sum is given to us as 980. This sum is already given to us as 980. Okay. The first quartile is 35. Okay. The first quartile is given to us as 35, lying here. And the third quartile is 57. Okay. The mean deviation about mean for the distribution is 9.8. We know how do I calculate mean deviation? 980 divided by total observations. What is the total sum of frequencies? 10 plus 18 plus 32 plus 25 plus 15, which will be how much? Calculate please. Which will be how much? If I take 980 divided by f, which is 9.8. So the answer is correct. The answer is correct. 980 divided by 100, 9.8. This is correct. This statement is 100% correct. The total is 100. I know the formula for mean deviation is sum of frequency into sum of x minus x bar into sum of f. So it will be 980 divided by 100, which is 9.8, correct. The coefficient of mean deviation is 0.213. How do you calculate the coefficient of mean deviation? Mean deviation divided by mean. So 9.8 divided by 46. 9.8 divided by 46, which is 0.213. So this is also correct. The quartile deviation for the first distribution is 11. So what is quartile deviation? Quartile deviation is nothing but Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Quartile deviation is Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2, which is 57 minus 35 divided by 2, which will come to 11, which is also right. The coefficient of quartile deviation will be how much? So the coefficient of quartile deviation, the formula will be Q3 minus Q1 divided by Q3 plus Q1, same as coefficient of range. Same formula as coefficient of range, which will come to approx 0.239. So this is also correct. Last, if a extremely high income are added to the data set, quartile deviation will remain largely unaffected, whereas mean deviation will remain necessarily unchanged. Wrong. If huge data is added, Q1 quartile deviation depends only on Q3 and Q1, which is positional. So that will not be affected, of course. But mean deviation will 100% change because more data is added. So this is wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Is there everybody able to solve the questions? Everybody able to solve the questions? Moving ahead. Any doubt? If you have a doubt, ask. I'm here for you people only. If you have a doubt, please ask. If you have a doubt, please ask everybody. All of you, all the students in the paid batch, all the students on YouTube, any doubt, please ask. Next question. Clear hai? Okay, great. Next question. This is not visible to all, I guess. I will have to make some changes over here. Okay. I hope the question is visible now. A risk analyst team of a financial institution is evaluating the variability and distributional characteristics. Strategy and strategy B. Strategy A has these returns and strategy B is summarized as below. Okay. The analyst team also observe the following statistical properties. Mean is, for strategy A, the mean is 6% and standard deviation is 3.03. Okay. Total frequency is 100. For this, the total frequency is given to us as 100. And sum of f into x is given as 3550. Okay. Sum of f into x is given as 3550 and sum of fx square is also given to us as 131,225 for strategy B. Additionally, the team evaluates the shape of the third return distribution for strategy C, where the third central movement equals 0, while the fourth central movement is smaller relative to the squared second central movement. Okay. The coefficient of variation of strategy A is approximately 50.5, indicating a relatively high variability of returns compared to its mean. What they are saying is you have to find out the coefficient of variation for strategy A. Okay, then let's find out. I know the coefficient of variation is nothing but standard deviation divided by mean into 100. Right? standard deviation into divided by mean into 100. I will be able to find out my CV. Coefficient of variation. Okay, the standard deviation is given to me as 3.03. It is given to me as 3.03 divided by mean. Mean is how much? 6 into 100. It will be approximately equal to 3.03 by 36. It is 50.05. This is correct. This is correct. If I solve this, this is what I am getting. So this is correct. Next, using the grouped data formula, the standard deviation of strategy B is 7.21. Okay. Now, let's find out what is the standard deviation of the grouped formula. This group, strategy B. There are two ways to move about it. Okay. One is you find out the whole full-fledged equation. I have told you how to solve the full-fledged question. The second is if you learn the formula. Which is standard deviation is equals to under root of sum of fx square, which is already given to you, divided by n minus sum of fx divided by n whole square. Sum of fx is also given to me, 3550. So let's replace the value. Under root of 131225 divided by n is 100, minus 3550 divided by 100 whole square, which will come to around this minus this 1 2, which will come to around 7.1, which is correct. So 2 is also correct. Will you be able to do this? All of you? I hope you are able to do this. Wait, give me 1 second. है ना? अब दिख रहा है ना? हाँ. अब दिख रहा है, I think. If strategy C has a third central movement equal to 0 and the distribution must be perfectly symmetrical. If the third central tendency is 0, it simply tells me that there is zero skewness. There is no skewness. If there is no skewness, does it really guarantees a perfect symmetry? No. The statement is incorrect. If the value of B2, that is kurtosis, for strategy C is less than 0, if it is less than 0, the distribution will be classified as platykurtic, indicating thinner tail compared to normal distribution. Correct. If kurtosis is less than 0, then it is platykurtic. Standard deviation gives higher weight to extreme variations. Standard deviation gives extreme weights to higher observations from mean r square during calculation. Yes, this is also correct. 4 and 5 are correct. So the correct answer will be C. 1, 2, 4 and 5 correct. So only 3 was incorrect. Very good, Ramanji sir. Absolutely correct. Very good. Absolutely correct. Moving ahead. Next question. C is the correct answer. I have given you the formulas for everything. Okay, don't worry about it. I have given you when B2 is 0, more than 0, less than 0, what is the answer. Okay. Navdeep sir, I hope you are following us. Next question for you all. Which of the following statements are true regarding various random sampling methods? In SRS, each possible sample has an equal probability of being selected, and so does each individual item. So, yes, sample also equal chances of being included, individual item also. Correct. One is correct. Second, systematic sampling ensures equal chances for each and possible combination. Wrong. Wrong. Sorry. Each item has equal chance of being included, but each sample, each combination does not have equal chances. No, this is wrong. Strata is best used when population is divided into internally homogeneous but mutually heterogeneous. For example, income, weight, height. Internally same, externally different. Internally same, externally different. True. True. In sampling with replacement, the same element may appear more than once in the sample. This is also true. This is also true. Cluster sampling is more suitable when the population groups are internally diverse but structurally similar. Correct. 5 is also correct. 6. Systematic sampling cannot introduce any bias or sampling error regardless of the pattern. No. If there is a hidden pattern, then there will be bias. Wrong. In statistical inference, all sampling models are equivalent and treated as identical to SRS. This is also not correct. This is also not correct. SRS helps in major becoming more, trying and making out more samples. So this is also incorrect. So C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am. Very good. Absolutely right. Next question. Next question. Question number 10. Which of the following statements regarding sampling distribution and standard error are correct? The standard error represents the standard deviation of sample from population. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? It is incorrect. Standard error is not standard deviation of a sample. It is standard deviation of sampling distribution. Sample A, B, C, D all have their own means. Now, how much is there a deviation within this sampling distribution? So, standard error is for sampling distribution and not just sample. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. The mean of a sampling distribution is equal to the population mean if the sampling is unbiased. Correct. Correct. If I take a sampling distribution, I have x1, x2, x3, and now I again take a mean of it, it will be equal to the population mean. This is correct. If the sampling is unbiased. The only condition is all samples should be taken into account and it should be unbiased. A lower SE implies more accurate estimate of parameter. Correct. Lower standard error, better the parameter. Correct. A sampling distribution allows us to understand the variability of statistics due to chance. Correct. Larger sample always reduce the standard error to 0. No, nobody is saying that. So 2, 3 and 4 are correct. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Very good, Ramanji sir, Nagamalli sir, Shruti ma'am. Sharad sir, your answer is not correct. Durgesh sir, very good. Shruti ma'am, very good. Next question. I want answers on YouTube as well. People viewing us on YouTube, please give us answers. Like the session if you are liking the questions. Next, A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statements are true with respect to the sampling distribution? Sampling mean when the population is normally distributed. The mean of the sampling distribution is equal to the population mean. The mean of the sampling distribution is equals to population mean. This is correct, but this is not just correct for normal distribution, it is correct for all distributions. This is correct for all distributions. The standard deviation of sampling distribution becomes 0 if the sample size equals the proportion size. If the population size is 10 and the sample is also of 10, then the standard deviation will be 0. No! Why will it be 0? There will be deviation. There will be deviation. 100%. I have a normal sample. Okay, 10. Population is of 10. I've taken the sample also as 10 now. Can I not calculate standard deviation? Now also there will be a standard deviation. Each individual unit far away from the central tendency, that is standard deviation. There will be a standard deviation. So this is wrong. The sampling distribution has a smaller spread through the population itself. Do you think this is correct? Sample mean exhibits less variability, that we know. Hence, there is a smaller spread. So this is correct. So this is correct. Sampling distribution has smaller spread than the population itself. Population has bigger spread. If population standard deviation is 0, then the sample size is n. Thus the standard deviation will be this. Correct. Correct. The formula is this only. Increase the sample size, increase the deviation. Increasing the size will increase the deviation. No. Increases the size will reduce the deviation. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. C is the correct answer. Very good, Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am, Durgesh sir, Sharad sir. Sharad sir, your previous answer was not correct. Next. Very good, Rushali ma'am, over YouTube. Very good. Next question. Which of the following are true for CLT? Which of the following are CLT? CLT theorem, the sampling distribution of sample mean, approaches a normal distribution only if the population distribution is normal and sample size exceeds 30. No. Incorrect. No, never have I said that the distribution has to be normal. Never. I have said if you take sample size n and 30 and above, you will reach normality. You will reach the normality. So this is not correct. The standard error of the mean decreases as the sample size increases due to its inverse relationship with the square root of the sample size. Correct. Higher the sample, less the error. Even if the population distribution is highly skewed, the distribution of sample means remains approximately normal as the sample size grows. Correct. The sample size, if the sample size grows, you will move towards normality. Even if the population is skewed, even if it is flat, if it is less skewed, it really doesn't matter. The CLT allows us to use sample statistics to make inference about population parameters. You use stats for calculating parameters. Till here it is correct. Even without knowing the shape of the population. Even without knowing the shape of the population. Yes, correct. This is correct. Stats will be used for calculating parameters. S is equals to S, P equals to P. This will be used to calculate this. Stats is equal to sample, parameters for population. S you will use for calculating P. In increasing the size, always proportionally increasing the precision of estimates, regardless of cost benefit. No, you have to take aspects of cost as well. So 2, 3 and 4 are correct. So A is the correct option. A is the correct option. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, absolutely right. Rushali ma'am, I'm waiting for your answer. Very good. Next. All my bankers are doing great. All my bankers doing great. Next question. Which of the following statement is or are correct regarding the finite population multiplier? If the fraction is below 5 or equal to 5, you can ignore it. But if it is more than 5, you have to take the adjustments for finite population multiplier as well. When the population size is significantly larger, the sample size, also known as sampling fraction, is small, the finite population multiplier reaches 1 and has minimal impact on standard error. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Yes. When the sample size is small, like I have taken 20 and the population size was very high, let's say 2000. So n divided by capital N, 20 divided by 2000, less than 5, right? The finite population multiplier is actually closer to 1, right? In such cases, it doesn't affect the standard error. And the infinite population is more acceptable now. Since it is less than 5, Infinite population multiplier will be more acceptable now. So 1 is correct. The finite population multiplier must be used in all situations regardless of sampling fractions. No. No. If it is more than 5, then in finite population should be used. If it is less than 5, if it is less than 5, it should be ignored. The standard error of the mean decreases as sample size increases. True. But the law of diminishing return applies. Doubling the size does not cut the standard error by half. True. True. Even if I will double my size, the error will not decrease to its half. No. The finite population multiplier is calculated using this formula and is applicable when sampling is without replacement for a finite population. True. If the sample includes more than 5% of the population, the finite population correction should be considered while using the standard error. Correct. So only 2 was not correct. So the correct answer is D. Correct answer is D. Very good, Shruti ma'am, Kiran Raj sir, or I think I'm sorry if I don't know, I'm unable to determine the gender out there. Thank you, Raman. Very good, Ramanji sir. I'm waiting for answers over YouTube as well. Next question. Next. Which of the following statements are correct using measures of CT? Measures of CT are used to condense large volume into single representation data. Correct. The whole population was reduced to just mean, median, or mode. Correct. Absolutely right. Next statement. A good measure of CT always be affected by extreme values to reflect real life fluctuation accurately. Not correct. It should unduly be affected by extreme values. No. A key objective of CT is to simplify complex data. Correct. So 2 is not correct. B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir, Sharad sir. Next question. 3 different departments in a company have the following average salary: N1, mean 1, N2, mean 2, N3, mean 3. Combined, can I calculate? Yes. 25 into 48,000 plus 40 into 52,000 plus 35 into 47,000 divided by 25 plus 40 plus 35, which will be equal to how much? Which will be equal to 49 to 50. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, शाबाश. सभी का आंसर सही है. Very good. I'm really liking this. Next question. Which of the following statements regarding GM are correct? GM is preferred when analyzing data that includes compounding effect over time. Yes. For example, growth indices. This is correct. This is correct. GM can be used when the data set includes zero negative value. False. Cannot be used. GM is most suitable mean to calculate average speed over distance. Incorrect. HM is used. Different rates, right? Speed, kilometer per hour. Distance, just kilometer, different measures, right? So speed is calculated by using HM and not GM. Fourth, GM is generally less than arithmetic mean. Correct. GM is used in calculating compounded annual growth rate, CAGR. Correct. So 2 and 3 are not correct. So the correct answer is D. Correct answer is D. Aarti ma'am, the answer is not correct. Sharad sir, very good. Next. Just give me 1 second. Let's take a break for 2 minutes, everybody. Okay, hello everybody. I have come to my knowledge that the mic was not off. I'm very sorry about it. My mother called, and since I'm away from her, I really do not miss any chance of talking to her. I apologize for this is not professional. I know, and I'm very sorry about it. I hope you all are back now. Let's continue with the session. Okay, next. I hope we were able to do the previous question. Moving ahead, which of the following statements accurately describe the HM? HM is useful when average ratios and rates with different units. This is correct. HM is square of the products of AM and GM. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? This is the statement is incorrect since the formula is AM into HM equals to GM square and not the other way around. So this is incorrect. HM is appropriate for calculating average speed over multiple journeys of different distances. Correct. This is correct. HM is not affected by extreme values or outliers. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? That it is not. Okay. Sorry. Question number 17. Yeah. Do you think this is correct? No, this is not correct. It is highly sensitive. HM is highly sensitive to even small variations, since it is a reciprocal of the normal observations. So it is highly sensitive. HM is computed as reciprocal of arithmetic mean. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. So 1, 3 and 5 are correct. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Yes, correct Durgesh sir. Correct Ramanji sir. Thank you Sharad sir for letting me know that the mic was not muted. Thank you Ramanji sir for letting me know that. I'll apologize that like I had to talk to my mother. Okay, moving ahead. Next. Which of the following statements related to median and quartiles are correct? See, understand one thing. We have done the extreme questions now. We have done the most typical question that they can ask you, but I want to cover this easy questions as well. So that is why we are trying to take the normal questions also here. The median is always equal to arithmetic mean in a symmetrical distribution. See, if the distribution is symmetrical, if it is symmetrical, two equal parts, then mean will be equal to median, which will be equal to mode. Right? Mean will be equal to median, which will be equal to mod. Median will be equal to arithmetic mean, but only if there is a systematic distribution. Only if there is a systematic distribution. If the distribution is skewed either positively or negatively, then mean will not be equal to median. So this is not correct. In a symmetrical distribution, it will be equal only and only in a symmetric distribution. That is it. 2. Quartile divide the data set into 4 equal parts using Q1, Q2, Q3. Yes, this is correct. Okay. Next, the interquartile range is calculated Q3 minus Q1 and it is spread across the median. This is also correct. For an even observation, the median is equal to the average of middle two values. This is also correct. Nth value plus n by 2th value plus n by 2 plus 1th value. The formula is n by 2 plus n by 2 plus 1. And you create an average of this. Nth this value and this value divided by 2. This is also correct. The median is a positional average. Correct. So only one was not correct. Rest are correct. So the correct answer is D. So the correct answer is D. Correct, Durgesh sir. Absolutely right. Next. Ramanji sir, the answer is not correct. Shruti ma'am, the answer is not correct. Please look into your answers. Durgesh sir, correct now. Next, the following frequency distribution shows the marks obtained by 100 students. What is the median mark? Take the total, calculate the cumulative frequency, take the total. You take the total of it, which will be 5, 17, 35, 55, 70, 80, 90. 90 is the total, so 90 divided by 2, which is 45. Where does 45 lie in this class? In this class, so it will be 30 plus n by 2, 45, minus cumulative frequency above it, that is 35, divided by your own frequency, which is 20, into what is the height? 10. So that will be the answer. That will be the answer, which will be equal to cumulative frequency is how much? Okay, I think it is 100. I have done some error over it. 35, 55, 80. Acha, 55 plus 25, 80. It is not 70. This is 80, 90, 100. 100 divided by 2. 50. Where will 50 lie? 50 will also lie over here only. So the answer will be 37.5. So the answer is D, 37.5. Yes, correct, Durgesh sir. Absolutely right. Sharad sir, very good. Durgesh sir, very good. Shruti ma'am, very good. Next, the next question is, which of the following statements about mode are correct? A, B, C, D. It's very simple, very simple. Mode is the value that appears most. Correct. This is correct. The formula for mode is frequency in the model class, its preceding class and succeeding class. This is also correct. F1 is me, F0 is preceding me, F2 is succeeding me. So this is also correct. Statement number 3. One merit of mode is that it requires all points to be known and used in calculation. Not correct. Only highest frequency. Multi-model distribution has more than 2 modes that occur with similar frequency. Correct. A key limitation of mode that it is suitable for algebraic manipulation and highly representative. Incorrect. Incorrect. Mode is not suitable for algebraic treatment. What other treatment can you apply on mode? No other treatment. So 5th is not correct. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Shruti ma'am. Next question. Question number 21. Which of the following statements related to measures of dispersion are correct? Measures of dispersion indicate how far individual data point deviates from central tendency, how individual unit is away from central tendency. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct. The coefficient of range and standard deviation are both relative measures. Incorrect. Standard deviation is absolute. This is relative. Standard deviation is absolute. All the coefficients are relative and all the deviations are absolute. So this is incorrect. A good measure of dispersion that it is based on all observations. True. Quartile deviation and mean deviation are considered absolute measures. Absolutely right. The coefficient of variation is an absolute measure. No, it is relative. All coefficients are relative. So 2 was not correct. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. Next question. Next question that we have is, which of the following statements regarding measures of dispersion are correct? Range is not reliable measure when a data set includes outliers or extreme values. If I have extreme values, do you think range is should not be taken into account? Range only uses the maximum or the minimum. A single extreme value, it can distort it. It can distort it. So correct answer, the range is not a reliable measure. Correct. The coefficient of quartile deviation in both numerator and denominator. Correct. Coefficient of quartile deviation is Q3 minus Q1 divided by Q3 plus Q1. So you take Q3, Q1 both in numerator and denominator. Mean deviation is preferred over range in quality control application due to its algebraic trackability. No. Always range is more preferred. Okay, question number 4. Quartile deviation is unaffected by extreme values. Correct. The mean deviation is calculated by ignoring algebraic signs. Correct. It ignores the negative signs. That is why we took only the positive values of x minus x bar, right? So the correct answer is C. The correct answer is C. C is the correct answer. Very good, Durgesh sir. Very good, Ramanji sir. Moving ahead. Next question. Find the correct pair of range and coefficient of range. So the range will be highest is 31 minus lowest. Lowest will be how much? The lowest in the data is 18. 31 minus 18, which will be equal to how much? 31 minus 18, the range is 13, and the coefficient range will be 13 divided by 31 plus 18, 13 divided by 49. So yes, A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Which of the following statement is or are correct about standard deviation, coefficient of variation? A small standard deviation indicates greater consistency and homogeneity in data set. Correct. Correct. If there is less deviation, means the data is consistent. Next, the coefficient of variation expresses the standard deviation as a percentage of mean. Standard deviation divided by mean into 100. So this is also correct. One of the demerits of standard deviation is that it does not consider extreme values. This is wrong. We do consider extreme values. So C is not correct. So A is the correct answer. 1 and 2. Very good, Nagamalli sir, Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am, Durgesh sir. Absolutely right. Next. Which of the following statements regarding skewness and kurtosis is or are correct? In a positively skewed distribution, the mean is greater than median, which is in turn greater than mode. Do you think this is correct? In a positively skewed, yes, this is correct. In a positively skewed, which have longer tail on the right, mean will be more than median, which will be more than mode. This is correct. A distribution where Q1 is 0 and Q2 is also 0, it is both symmetrical and mesokurtic. Do you think this is correct? Correct. When P1 is 0, P2 is also 0, it means it is symmetrical. That is the peakedness of normal distribution. It is same peaked as normal distribution. This is correct. Lepokurtic distribution have fatter tail and sharper peak. Do you think this is correct? Correct. For lepokurtic, it has fatter tail. The tail is fatter and the peak is very sharp. A distribution for negative skew? Yes, correct. On the left, and mode will be more than median, which will be more than mean. Correct. Fifth, where P2 is 0 and it is second and fourth central movement, P2 will be less than 0, indicate it is pleokurtic. True. True, absolutely right. Fifth is also correct. So all of the above are correct. D is the correct answer. All are correct. All the statements are correct. Ramanji sir, check your answer. Durgesh sir, check your answer. D is the correct answer. All 5 are correct here. All the 5 are correct. Right? It has been some 4 hours of us doing the marathon and we are able to do only 3 units. Now we have to increase our speed. Next 2 hours, we'll just do the questions. No more concepts then. Okay. Unit 4, correlation regression. I'll give you the gist of it. Correlation tells me the relationship between two individuals, that if this increases, whether this will increase or not, whether it will increase or it will decrease, or if there is no change over the second unit. This is known as correlation. And regression is by what percentage, by what percentage is there a change. So that is correlation and regression. Let's do the questions. Let's do the questions. There is the formula that I told you to learn. I'll give you, don't worry, I'll give you the PDF where we'll give you all the formulas also. There is a lot of explanation in this PDF, so don't worry about it. Let's do the questions. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's take a quick break for 5 minutes and then let's start with this question. Let's take a quick 5 minutes break. Okay, then we'll start. We'll come back by 8:10. Okay. आ जाइए. Come back, all of you, so that we can start again. Now, a research analyst is examining whether years of education can be used to predict annual income for a. Come back, all of you. So, okay. Whether years of education can be used to predict the annual income of group of individuals. He collects the data for 50 individuals, okay, and constructs a scatter diagram. On the analysis, he observes data A points are closely cluttered around the upward sloping straight line. Okay. Data B points are widely spread, scattered, but can still show an upward trend. Okay, still an upward trend, but scattered. Okay. Data C initially decreases and then increases and then they form a curve. Okay. Data D has no visible pattern. There is no pattern. Analyst attempts to draw a line to best fit the estimate income from education. Data A indicates a strong positive linear relationship which will yield more reliable prediction compared to data B. Okay. Data B, despite showing a positive trend, have lower correlation coefficient than data A due to higher dispersion of points. Okay, makes sense. More the point near the straight line, it means it is strongly correlated. And it is near that line, right? So statement number 1, is it correct? Statement number 1, 100% correct. Statement number 2 also 100% correct. Why? Because when A is tightly clustered around the straight line, showing more data is around that, predictive accuracy is more. Data B is more scattered, so as compared to A, it has low predictability. There is more variability, so 1 and 2 are correct. 3, data set C determines a curve linear relationship, hence applying simple linear regression would not provide an accurate predictive model. Correct. Since this is curve linear, there we cannot apply y is equals to a plus bx. We cannot apply this formula here. Data B implies zero correlation, that if A is increasing, if X is increasing, Y is increasing or not. There is no relationship at all. This is also correct. If the correlation coefficient R for data A is close to 1, of course it will be closer to 1, positive 1, because it is tightly revolving around the straight line. It implies perfect prediction with no estimation error. This is incorrect. Because if R is equals to plus 1, it actually defines the correlation is extremely rare. First of all, understand that. And it determines perfect linear correlation, that if I increase this will also increase. If I increase this by 10%, this will also increase by 10%. This is what plus 1 is telling you. So 5th is incorrect. So the correct answer is A. Very good, Durgesh sir, Sharad sir. Ramanji sir, check your answer. Okay, correct. Ramanji sir has not answered yet. Very good. Next question. A risk analytic team in a bank is evaluating the relationship between daily change in interest rates and bond portfolio. Returns over 6 days. Due to system constraint, only following aggregate data is available. Sum of x, y, x square, y square, sum of x into y. Number of observation, that is n, is 6. Compute the correlation coefficient using the computed formula. The covariance between x and y is positive. Okay. First of all, let's calculate the covariance between x and y. Can you do that? Yes. Use the formula sum of n into sum of xy minus sum of x into sum of y. Okay, divided by under root of n into sum of x square minus sum of x whole square into n sum of y square minus sum of y whole square. You can use the formula. Put these values here. The numerator will be 6 into sum of x into y, which is 248, minus sum of x into sum of y. Sum of x is 30 and sum of y is 42. 30 into 42. Okay, divided by under root of n. N is how much? N is 6 into 190 minus 30 square, right? Into 40 6 into 332 into 6 into 332 minus 42 square. So it will come to around, R will be 1.135. The covariance between x and y is positive. Yes, it is positive. So this is correct. The covariance between x and y is positive. Yes, the given statement is correct. Second, the correlation coefficient is greater than 0.8. It is 1.35, which is more than 0.8. So this is also correct. Third, if all values of x are increased by a constant, the correlation coefficient will change. No, this is incorrect. It will, if adding a constant to x, let's say I am adding 2 to x, it will not change the correlation. This is wrong. The standard deviation of x is less than standard deviation of y. Do you think this is correct? Let's calculate the standard deviation of x, which will be under root of 240 divided by 6. Standard deviation, yes. And for standard deviation of y, it will be under root of 168 divided by 6. Right, it is correct. Because this is what I will find for x and this is what I will find for y. Sum of x square minus sum of x whole square, which is 240 and 168, which will be 6.32 and 5.329. So it is incorrect. If you will solve the equations, it will be incorrect. Fifth, sum of xy were 260 instead of 248. If it was 260 instead of 248, the coefficient correlation will change. 100% it will change. 100% it will change. So only 1, 2 and 5 are correct. So D is the correct answer. Anybody able to solve it? Is anybody able to solve this? These are correlation formulas. Yes, you have to learn them because you can use them directly into your equations. So you have to learn the formula. Fourth point, the standard deviation of x is less than standard deviation of y. When we will solve, the standard deviation of x will be 6 point something and the standard deviation of y will be 5 point something. So standard deviation of x is more than standard deviation of y. Okay, Nagamali sir, mathematically you will solve it. Correct? See, when I'll calculate for x, it will be 240. For y, it will be 168. So when I will calculate standard deviation of x and y, x will be 6 point something, y will be 5 point something. So that is why standard deviation of x is more than standard deviation of y. So statement number 4 is incorrect. Moving ahead. Next question. A risk analytical team in a bank is studying the relationship between x and y for portfolio of borrower. A scatter plot suggests a linear relationship. Okay. If x is increasing, there's a linear relationship between them. We can establish a relationship between x and y. The team applies the least square regression technique, okay, which is y equals to a plus bx. They observe that the covariance between x and y is negative. Okay, if the credit score increases, the probability of default decreases. Right? The regression line passes close to the most data points with roughly equal dispersion above and below the line. Okay, a negative covariance between x and y implies that the estimated slope b of the regression line must also be negative. Do you think this is correct? Y is equals to a plus bx. If there is a negative correlationship between x and y, do you think the slope is negative? Do you think the slope is negative? Yes, correct. Because slope is what? Covariance of xy divided by variance of x, which will be negative only. Which will be negative if there is a negative relationship. So this is correct. Second, the intercept A represents the expected probability of default when the credit score is 0. See, in this A is the slope and B is what? Sorry, B is the slope and A is the intercept, right? They are saying the intercept A represents the expected probability of default when the credit score is 0. Even if such value is outside the observed range of data. Correct. Correct. A is telling us if the score becomes 0, what is the probability of default then? The least square method ensures that the sum of absolute deviation between actual and predicted values is minimized. Wrong. Wrong. Least square minimizes the sum of square deviation, not absolute deviation, not the absolute deviation, only the sum of deviations. So this is wrong. If all the points lie exactly on the regression line, the correlation coefficient between x and y would be either +1 or -1. It is perfectly correlated positively or negatively. Yes, correct. If all the points are on the line. Even if the regression line fits well, it is not necessary that the residual sum to 0 unless expectedly constrained. Wrong. In least square regression, the sum of residual is always equal to 0 when the intercept is included. So this is also wrong. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Meaning C is the correct answer. Oh, meaning 1, 2 and 4 are correct. A is the correct answer, not C. A is the correct answer. Right? Any questions, any doubts in this question? This is a good question. You might get a question like this because this is basic understanding. This is basic understanding for correlation and regression. Any doubt? Please ask. If there is any sort of doubt, please ask. People over YouTube, any doubt? Since we are not doing the concepts anymore, we are just focusing on the questions. I'll try and finish this off in hour and half. Is there any doubt, anybody? Next. A financial analyst at an investment firm is studying the relationship between advertising expenditure and sales revenue for portfolio based on the data past data. N is equals to 12, y is equals to 15 plus 2.5x. Okay, this is the line that we have. Further, sum of x is given to us, sum of y square is given to us, sum of x into y is also given to us. Okay. The standard error of estimate measures the unexplained variation in y after fitting the regression line. Do you think this is correct? That standard error that we have already we already know what is standard error. That if you take samples, then how much is there dispersion from mean of the samples and the actual sample, right? So standard error of estimates. Understand, it is standard error of estimates. Yes, the right line is correct. It will tell you why is still an error. It is unexplained variation. We cannot explain this variation. So this is correct. A low value of SE implies that correlationship between X and Y must be exactly +1. This is incorrect. A low SE indicates that there's a good fit. But it does not tell me that if SE is like the correlation has to be +1 or -1. Correlation will be +1 or -1, then SE will be 0. Not low, it will be 0. So this is incorrect. This is incorrect. For a predicted sales value 65 lakhs when X is 20 and the confidence level is 95%. And the equation is this. What will be the actual sales value? The actual sales value will be this for this equation. Do you think this is correct? Yes, correct. Since for 95% confidence level, the predicted level will be plus minus 2 SC. Right? We understand that. For predicted sales value of 65 lakhs, when X is 20, 95%, the actual sales will be 65 minus 2 SC or 65 plus 2 SC. Do you think this is correct? Yes, at 95% confidence level, the SC will be plus minus 2 SC, right? It will be plus minus 2 SC, right? So the equation will be 65 minus 2 SC or 65 plus 2 SC. So this is correct. If all observed values, lie exactly on the regression line, the SC will be 0. Yes, correct. Correct. Even if SC remains constant, standard error of estimate remains constant, an increase in the number of observation will reduce the width. Incorrect. This is not correct, because in the framework, confidence interval will depend on SE, right? If SC remains unchanged, increasing N does not directly reduce the width of the interval. It will not decrease the width of the interval. So this is incorrect. So the correct answer will be A. A is the correct answer. 1, 3 and 4 are correct. Very good, Ramanji sir. Very good, Durgesh sir. Absolutely right. Any doubt, anybody? Any doubt? Okay, next question. A research analyst at a policy think tank examines multiple databases to study relationship between economic and social indicators. Data set A, that all points lie on circular pattern between variables X and Y. There is a circular pattern between X and Y. Data B includes data from multiple regions with widely different income levels, education. The calculated correlation coefficient lies between P and Q and plus 0.82. So the relationship is 0.82 and that too positive. Okay. Data C shows a coefficient of plus 0.95 and it lies between M and N over 25 period. D has negative correlation, F coefficient, and E has positive correlation coefficient. In data set A, despite a perfect relationship between X and Y, the correlation coefficient may be 0 due to non-linearity. Do you think since there is not a linear relationship between X and Y, even if it is perfectly correlated, do you think that the value of correlation can be 0? Correct. Correlation showing linear relationship, a straight line will have plus 1 or minus 1, but since it is circular pattern, it can be 0. So this is correct. The high correlation observed in dataset B may be misleading due to lack of homogeneity, leading to spurious correlation. Correct. There is no homogeneity in my data set. So yes, it is, of course, it can be misleading. So it is correct. The strong positive correlation in data set C necessarily implies that M is a significant cause of change in N. Do you think this is incorrect or correct? This is incorrect. Correlation just tells me the relationship between M and N, and not that if M will increase then N will decrease, or if M will increase this will increase N. No, we are not talking about that. That is regression, not correlation. So this is wrong. The correlation coefficient in data D reliably indicate a strong inverse relationship. Correct. Such high negative, there is an inverse relationship, and that too strong. Data set E is the most appropriate cause case where correlation analysis can be validly interpreted for a linear relationship estimate. Yes, it is a straight line pattern and a positive relationship. Correct. So 1, 2, 4 and 5 are correct. So B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. I hope you all are able to solve these questions. I hope you all are able to solve the questions. Okay, moving ahead. B is the correct answer, of course. Which of the following statements regarding correlation and its computation are correct? The correlation coefficient is a measure of curvilinear relationship between two variables. No, linear, not curvilinear. So 1 is incorrect. A correlation coefficient of -1 implies a perfect linear relationship with a negative slope. Correct. Inverse relationship. If R is equal to 0 means there is no linear relationship between two variables, although other type of relationships can be there. Correct. The correlation coefficient is affected by the units in which variables are measured. No. Coefficient correlation has no measurement unit. It is only one mathematical or stats formula which takes care of, which ignores all the measures. So fourth is incorrect. It is not affected by measures. The unit of R lies between -1 and 1, indicating strength and direction. Correct, absolutely right. So 2, 3 and 5 are right. So D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Very good, Sharat sir. Next question. Which of the following statements are true in context of regression and correlation? The slope V is the regression equation y equals to a plus bx is equals to a plus bx b into xy is equals to a plus bx represent the direction and steepness of the line. It represents the direction and the steepness. True. This is true. Slope b in the regression equation y is equals to a plus bx, which is also equals to a plus bx, which is also equals to a plus bx, represents the direction and steepness of the line. See, if I do not have to write it 3 times, honestly, I could have written it just once also. It is used for calculating covariance between x and y divided by the variance, which is covariance of xy divided by square of standard deviation of x, right? The slope tells us whether the line rises above or below and how steep it is, right? How steep it is. We are just calculating that. So B1 is correct. 2. A high correlation coefficient always implies a causal relationship. Wrong. No. It does not tell you the causation. Never. It does not tell you a causal relationship. It tells you the content it provides. For example, I'll tell you, you take rice and road accidents. Are these correlated? No. No. Even if both of them have high correlation, there is no logical cause-effect relationship between them. How much consumption of rice is there and how many road accidents are happening in India? Even if they have, somehow they have positive correlation, right? Is there a cause or effect relationship between them? Is consumption of rice affecting the road accidents? No. So this is wrong. This is wrong. A perfectly curved relationship like a point forming a circle will have a correlation coefficient equal to 0. Yes. So 1 and 3 are correct. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Next question. Let's do time series. What is time series exactly? Time series is nothing but when you put the data as per the time. For example, what happened quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, quarter 5. There's no quarter 5, but quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, month 1, month 2, month 3 till month 12, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. When you read the past data to estimate the future data, this is known as time series. Now time series has 4 variables. One is seasonal, cyclical, then you have trend, and another one is Trend, linear. Seasonal, cyclical. We want to eliminate seasonal in all the values. We want to eliminate seasonal in all the cycles. Okay, in real life there could be a mix of all this, and one could be unexplained. When there is no explanation to the cycle, there is no explained variation. Okay, trend, seasonal, cycle, and irregular. Unexplained is irregular. It is irregular. So we have only four. Trend is linear, seasonal, cyclical, and irregular. For trend is for long period of time. Season is within a year. For example, you have winters, summers. For India, if we take during the Diwali time, the season is very high. Cyclical is when the business variation takes place. Like for example, the business is on boom, then it'll go down, it'll go hit the regression, then it'll again come up. But the time interval between these two cycles is never same. This is not equal to this, and which is not equal to this. So A is not never equals to B, which is never equals to C. And then there is irregular, there is no pattern at all. There is no pattern at all. Time series can also be used for determining multiple modes when and also by bimodal equations. There also you can use time series. Now let's do the questions. Let's do the questions for time series. Okay. A policy analyst of Niti Aayog is studying the time series data of a rapidly growing metropolitan region over a period of 15 years. The data set includes annual industrial output, quarterly pollution levels, most monthly tourist inflow, and sudden shock due to natural calamities. The analyst observes the following. Industrial output shows a long-term upward movement through the though with uneven increase, that there is a upward movement even though the increase is uneven. Okay, pollution level exhibits reoccurring peak during specific quarters each year. Okay, economic activity occasionally rise above and below and fall below the long term path without any fixed periodicity. Cyclical. A sudden flood in 1 year caused a drastic drop in agriculture. Irregular. Despite identifying individual components, isolating them precisely remains challenging due to overlapping effects. This is also correct. Based on the above, the long-term upward movement in industry output represents a secular trend, even if the rate of increase is not uniform. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is a trend line. This is a trend line and it is secular and it is always upward movement and it is long-term, even if the increase is not uniform. This is correct. This is correct. The statement is correct. Second, the reoccurring quarterly peak in pollution can be attributed to cyclical fluctuation. No, this is seasonal fluctuation, not cyclical. It is repeating whenever there is a repetition. It is season. When the time interval is not same, then it is cycle. Then it is cycle. Now the difference between season and cycle. Season, you will see that always there is a pattern which is repeating. The time interval is fixed, but in cycle the time interval is not fixed, and usually you will see season is within a year and cycle is over period of time. Over period of time includes more than 1 year. Okay. The irregular rise and fall of economic activity around the trend line without fixed periodicity is characterized as cycle. Correct. This is correct. The sudden flood, which cannot be forecasted using time series method, irregular variation. Yes. Irregular is when you had no control over it. For example, there was a sudden flood, there was COVID hit, there was a war, there was an earthquake. This is irregular. This is correct. The presence of multiple overlapping components implies decomposing of time series into distinct variation is also precise and unambiguous. This is incorrect. In real world, you will find that there is always a overlap. And making decomposition complex and approximate. It is never precise. It is only approximate. Always remember that. And this is one of the key limitations of time series, that it is only precise, and in real life it is very difficult to find it out. So wrong. 1, 3 and 4 are correct. So D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. I'm waiting for your answers. You're not giving me answers. How can I move forward if there are no answers from your end? Waiting for the answers, everybody. Do you want me to repeat something? Then do let me know. I'll repeat it. Okay, moving ahead. D is the correct answer. A leading e-commerce company, Amazon, is analyzing its annual order volumes for 18 to 25. So it is time series, of course, for to understand the long-term growth patterns. Since the number of observation is even, the company applies coding of time and estimates both linear and parabolic trends. The following results are obtained. Mean year is 2021.5. Okay. Sum of x into y is this, sum of x square is this, sum of y is this, and n is 8. The parabolic trend is this. The analyst wants to forecast order volume for 2026. The coded value of time for the year 2026 will be x equals to 9. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Till 18 to 25, n was 8. For 26, will n be equal to 9? Will n be equal to 9? Yes, correct. For even number coding, x is equal to 2 into t minus mean. T minus mean, and the mean year is given to me as 2021.5. Right? So n will be how much? N will be 2 into t minus mean, which is equals to 2 into t. T is 2026. Minus mean is 2021.5, which will be 9. Which will be 9. So the statement number 1 is correct. If this can be used for even number coding. So this is correct. The slope of the linear trend is b equals to 7.5. Do you think that is correct? Correct. The formula for slope is sum of x into y divided by sum of x square. Put the values and it will be 7.5. So this is also correct. 3. The intercept a for the linear trend is equals to average of y, that is a equals to 180. So a will be 1440 divided by 8. A will be sum of y divided by n, which will be 1440 divided by 8, which will be equal to 180. The forecast for 2026 using linear trend will be 247.5. Let's calculate it. Slope we have just calculated as 180. The formula is y is equal to a plus bx. So 180 plus b we have calculated as 7.5. And x is how much? X is 9 because n is 9. Ninth, we have just calculated n as 9, which will be equal to 247.5. This is also correct. In parabolic trend estimate, all three coefficients a, b, c must be obtained simultaneously from three equations. A and b cannot be estimated independently. This is wrong. This is incorrect. B can be computed independently using the normal formula sum of x into y divided by sum of x square. Only A and C have to be simultaneous. Only A and C has to be simultaneous. So this is not correct. 6th, linear trend assumption. If the actual trend exhibits acceleration, the linear forecast for 2026 is likely to underestimate the true value. This is also correct. Because the linear trend assumes there is a constant growth, right? Underestimates it when growth accelerates. Correct. Coding of time is not required in parabolic. Wrong. You have to code time as well there as well. It is essential to simplify higher power calculations, right? So the correct answer will be A. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6 are correct. A is, are you able to do the questions, everybody? Are you able to do the questions? These are good questions. Are you able to do it? Good question of time series, I'll say. Were you able to do it? Because it had practical and it had theory, both the things. Were you able to do it? I'm waiting for the answers. I'll not move forward until unless I get an answer from you all. Unless until I get an answer, I'm not moving forward. I'm sure about it. Were you able to solve the question? Do I need to repeat something? These are very good questions, I'm telling you. You have an exam in coming 6 days. How n equals to x, ma'am? Okay. Now, in these equation of time series, n will always be equal to the time coding is 9 here. And which year I want to find it out? 2026. So x will be n. The time code that I have assigned. You have to assign a code to the time. See, 2021 is no number in itself, right? I have to assign a code to it. 2022 is no number in itself. We have to assign a code to it. So time series, you have to assign a code. The most important aspect of time series is that you assign a code to the time, that particular year. So for 2026, we have assigned a number as 9, and the formula I have used is 2 into t minus mean. Now you understand why x was equals to n. Sudha ma'am? Okay. When we did the chapter, then also I told you that you have to assign a number to the year. 2021 has no number. 2022 has no number. You have to assign a code. And how do I assign a code? Using the formula. Next. I've given you all formulas also here. You can go through them here. An economist is analyzing agriculture output. Just 1 second. Is there a doubt? People over YouTube, any doubt, anybody? Any doubt, anybody? Okay, then we should move forward. If nobody is saying anything, then I cannot help you. Next question. An economist is analyzing agriculture output data for countries over 10 years, so time series. After estimating the secular trend using the least square method, the economist compute the following. Ratio to trend shows fluctuating values between 96 and 105. Okay, this is the residual estimate, right? Relative cyclical residual value shows alternating positive and negative deviation. The economists assume that seasonal variation is negligible. I told you in all the questions we are trying to eliminate the seasonal variation. Here it is negligible only. Okay. It is also observed that deviations persist for multiple consecutive years above or below the trend. You got the idea. Now, the economists conclude the cyclical pattern dominate the residual variation. If the ratio to trend remains constantly above 100% for multiple years, it necessarily indicates a permanent upward shift in the secular line rather than cyclical variation. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Incorrect.
this statement is 100% wrong. You know why? Because even if there is a persistent value above 100%, it indicates that the actual value exceeds the trend. Only this is what it is indicating, that the actual value is above the trend. But this does not implement, or it does not implies a permanent shift in the secular trend. It may still be a part of cyclical upswing. Okay, so you cannot say that this is residual alone or it is an interference. No, you cannot say that. I can just say if it is above 100 persistently, then okay, the actual values are above the trend lines. This is what I can say. That is it, nothing else. So one is incorrect. Relative cycle, residual, and percentage of a trend convey identical information but differ only in scale and interpretation. Do you think this is correct? This is correct. This is correct. Why? Because ratio to trend is y divided by y bar into 100, and relative residual is y minus y bar divided by y bar into 100. Both are mathematically related. The formulas are related. We understand that, right? So if I have to find residual relative, ratio to trend minus 100, normal, thus they convey the same information, just they are expressed differently. So this is correct. Mathematically they are same, so this is correct. The presence of multi-year oscillation above and below the trend line supports the existence of cycle. Do you think this is correct? Correct. 100% correct. It is going above and below the trend line, so it is a cycle only. If this is, it is going above and below the trend line, persistently going above and below, so this is a cycle. 4. The residual method assumes that after moving trend, the remaining variation can be fully attributed to cycle factors if irregulars are taken care of. Correct. Because we know cycle plus irregular is only what we are left with. We have removed season. We want to eliminate season no matter what. We have removed it. So what are we left with? We're left with cycle plus irregular. So this is correct. This is correct. The residual method used here can be extended reliably for forecasting future cycles. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. Why? Because residual method is backward looking and not forward looking, right? It helps in analyzing the past cycles, not the future cycles. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So the correct answer is C. 2, 3 and 4 are correct. 2, 3 and 4 are correct. Were you able to solve this, all of you? Were you able to solve this? People over YouTube, is this making sense to you? I hope you have done the revision and here you are able to solve the questions. Any doubt, anybody? You just give me 1 minute, I'll turn the AC on. Yes. Is it clear to all now? Are there any doubts that you would like to ask? Please ask. Okay. I'll assume there are no doubts and I'll move forward then. Next question. A mid-size NBFC in Mumbai is analyzing its quarterly loan disbursement for 21 to 25. The modified seasonal indices Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 are given to you. After applying the modified adjustment factors, the final seasonal indices are 91. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 are given to you. Seasonal indices modified and the final ones are given to you. I want to eliminate the season, of course, right? The credit team estimates that the deseasonalized trend value for Q4 is 5,000 crore. It is deseasonalized. That is, you have eliminated the season effect. While the actual loan disbursement in Q3 was itna, the adjustment factor applies and ensure that the aggregate of all quarterly seasonal indices equals 400, thereby preserving proportional seasonal weights. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? They are saying that the total is 400. So the weight, we are trying to protect it. Correct. This is correct. For quarterly data, total seasonal indices must equal 400. Adjustment factor will just ensure the normalization without disturbing the relative seasonality, right? You take the total will be 400. So this is correct. This is correct. You are just trying to shift the weight. The seasonal indices of Q4 indicates the loan disbursement in that quarter on average is 10.9% lower than deseasonalized trend. Do you think that is correct? Q4 index is 89.1, right? And the demand is 10% below trend. Is this right? 10.9% below trend. Do you think this is correct? Yes, it is correct, because 100 minus 89.1 is 10.9. So yes, the demand is lower. Correct. The deseasonalized loan disbursement for quarter 3 is approximately 4,500. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. You know why? Because 5825 for quarter 3 divided by uh, divided by 1.165. 1.165. It will give you around 5,000. It will give you around 5,000. So this is not correct. It is not correct. Right? Now, forecasted distribution, the forecasted actual loan distribution for quarter 4 of 2026 after incorporating seasonal valuation will be 4455. Calculate kar lete hain. Let's calculate. 5,000 into 5,000 was given to us into 89.1 is the seasonal variation index divided by 100, which will be around 4455. This is correct. 4455. So this is correct. Removing seasonal variation from loan disbursement data isolates pure trend component, eliminating both cycle and irregular. No. If this is the total trend, I am eliminating season from it. Then I have cycle plus irregular left. It is not showing me just the trend. No, it is showing me cycle plus irregular. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So the correct answer will be B. Correct answer will be B. Okay. Any doubt anybody here? Any doubt anybody? Please ask. If anybody has any doubt, you can ask me right away. Is it not coming to your mind why I have divided it by 1.1625? Why do you think we have done that? It should be a question in your mind, everybody, right now. It should be a question in your mind. Is it not coming to your mind? If it is not coming to your mind, maybe you already know the answer. Why we have divided 5/25 divided by 1.165. Very good, Sudha ma'am. Very, very good. Excess of 16.5 over 100, which was for quarter 3, 116.5. Very good. I'm really proud of you, Sudha ma'am. Implying that we have done good theory in our classes. We have done good practice. Everybody over YouTube, I hope you all are able to solve what we are doing. Since I'm not giving a revision right now, I hope you all are able to do the questions. It is 16.5 excess over 100. That is why 1.165. For quarter 3, it was 116.5. Okay. Next. A large financial institute analyzes quarterly loan disbursement data, and the time series model is there. T is trend, seasonal, cycle, irregular. The objective is to improve forecasting. Okay. And the equation is 18 plus 0.16x. Using the T seasonal value and trend estimate, the bank calculates percentage of trend for each quarter. Okay. However, significant deviations are observed in certain quarters. Even after removing trend and season, the risk management team suspects the influence of unpredictable macro shocks. Okay. To improve forecasting, the analytical team proposes the advanced time series such as ARMA and ARMA, moving averages. Okay. In the given context, which of the following statements are correct? Even after deseasonalization and trend estimation, the remaining deviation reflected in percentage of trend represents a combination of cycle and irregular variation. Do you think that is correct? Do you think that is correct? Yes, this is correct. Even if you eliminate trend and seasons, you will be left with cycle and irregular variations. Correct. Since irregular variations cannot be mathematically isolated, it cannot be incorporated into any forecasting model. Do you think this is correct? This is incorrect. No, this is not correct. Why? Even though I will say that irregular variation cannot be isolated, I agree with that. I agree that irregular component, I cannot isolate it, I cannot subtract it, because mathematically I cannot find it out. That is true, that is correct. But AR and MA models, both the models, account for randomness through error terms, stochastic error term. Remember, the MA component in particular models the past shocks, thereby we can incorporate it into the future indirectly, right? I am taking care of the past shocks so that I can predict the future shocks. For example, I have seen that what past shocks have done, I can now predict what the future shock can do. So second is incorrect. Second is incorrect. Now, a quarter with a percentage of trend significantly increasing 100 necessarily indicates that seasonal adjustment have been incorrectly performed. Do you think this is correct? No. It is simply telling me that the actual is above the trend. It is not showing that we were wrong. We are saying that the actual is above the trend. That is it. So this is incorrect. The ARMA model incorporates both lagged and past error terms. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct, because I will take auto regression, past values, and moving average, that is past error terms, right? So the dual structure for ARMA has both the aspect for unforeseeable events as well. So this is correct. Irregular variations, being random and short term, tend to neutralize over time. Correct. Correct. This is correct. War will have only short term impact. The earthquake will have short term impact, and it will usually neutralize over the time. So 2 and 3 are not correct. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamalli sir. Shabash. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, let's move ahead. Which of the following statements correctly describes the aspects of time series? Secular trends refers to long-term random fluctuation without any observable direction. Wrong. There is a upward moving direction. It is incorrect. It is not random. It is smooth. It is directional. So this is wrong. Cyclical fluctuation are characterized by periodic change in economical activities. Follow a regular fixed pattern. Never. They are never regular, never fixed. Seasonal variation involves regular changes that repeat over a year due to climate, social, or economic cause. Correct. This is correct. Irregular variations are unpredictable. Correct. Combination of different time series components can often be observed in real world. Correct. So 3, 4, and 5 are correct. So D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. You all with me here? D is the correct answer. Absolutely right. Very good. Next. Which of the following statements related to trend analysis are correct? A secular trend refers to short-term fluctuation in a time series due to season or irregular variation. No. It is long-term, smooth, directional. The equation is used to represent a linear trend where YA is the dependent variable and X is typically the time. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct. This is correct. It is a linear trend and where X is typically the code that we have given to the time. 3. Curvilinear or parabolic trends are better suited when straight line models do not sufficiently represent the data. Correct. When there is no such line that is formed, it is correct. Studying past unusual events such as wars can help project trends in a similar event occur again. This is also correct. I can study past irregular events to predict what will happen in the coming irregular event. Second degree trends, the relationship between time and variable is assumed to be exponential in nature. No, it is not exponential in nature. It is not exponential in nature. It can have a second degree trend which involves parabolic equations or parabolic relationships, but not exponential. So wrong. So 2, 3, and 4 are correct. So C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Moving forward. Which of the following statement is or are correct regarding cycle and season? Cyclical variation complete their cycle within a year and repeat in fixed manner. Wrong. It's just the opposite. Depersonalization is performed to isolate and study components such as trend, cycle, and irregular. No, we are isolating season. So this is also incorrect. This is also incorrect. Oh, sorry. It is performed to isolate and study components. Yes. Once I isolate season, then I can study trend, cycle, and irregular variation more accurately. So this is correct. This write season over it, I guess. The ratio to moving average method is used to compute seasonal indices which reflect variation around a base of 100. 100% correct. I have taken a base to be 100. Cyclical variation are computed using residual method such as dividing actual by predicted. Correct. Actual by prediction. Correct. This is also correct. Seasonal variations are irregular fluctuation that cannot be predicted. Incorrect. We can actually predict season and then we can ignore it. So 2, 3, and 4 are correct. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamalli sir. Very good. Next question. Next question I have for you is, Which of the following statement correctly relate to irregular variation and forecasting techniques? Irregular variation can be mathematically isolated. Can we? Can we mathematically isolate irregular? Incorrect. They are random, cannot be mathematically solved. An unusually cold winter leading to increased electricity consumption is an example of irregular variation. Correct. Autoregressive model forecast future values. Correct. The moving average model accounts for past and present errors. This is also correct. ARMA combines both effect of lagged value and past errors. Correct. So one was not correct. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Now we have theory of probability. Very, very, very important. I would say most important for exams. Free marks. Once you understand the logic, then these are free marks for you. Believe you me when I tell you, I believe that if you are following the logic behind probability, these are free marks for you. All my students should be able to do this very accurately without any problem. It is as simple as that. Only logics are to be followed. The only thing that you should do is logical explanation and you will be able to solve the question. Right? Okay. Are you all ready for probability? Good questions, free marks. Are you all ready? Do you want a break or do you want to continue? Please tell me, do you need a quick 5 minute break or do you want to continue? Continue? Okay. Now, for probability, just first of all, there are two things I want you to understand. Probability is nothing but the chances that we are calculating of getting a favorable or unfavorable results. So the probability formula is chances of favorable events divided by total events. Okay, you take care of permutation and combination also here. If I want to find the maximum ways in which anything can happen, I will use probability. And if I want to find out the maximum combinations that you can make from a sample, maximum combinations that you can take for a sample, then you will use combination, permutation and combination. Okay, that is how you always use it. For this you should know how to solve factorial. This we have already done. Okay, also we have done additional theorem. We have done additional theorem is for or. Whenever one of the events can occur, then additional theorem is to be used. Then you have multiplication theorem. This theorem is to be used when both the conditions are to be fulfilled and is there, then you use this. Then you have conditional theorem. Conditional theorem you use whenever one has already occurred. One has already occurred. If one has already occurred, what is the probability that the second will occur? You use conditional theorem there. I hope that is clear to you. Then you have Bayesian distribution, binomial distribution, normal distribution theory. This is more practical. So in your mind, always think about maximum outcomes that you can get by doing the particular event. What are maximum outputs that you can get? Count them, then see what are your favorable events. Count them. Favorable events divided by total events, that is your probability of favorable items. Occurrence plus non-occurrence is equals to 1. So if we have probability of occurrence, can you find the probability of non-occurrence? Yes, 1 minus probability of occurrence is probability of non-occurrence. Making sense? Chalo, ab let's do the questions. I have given you every detail out here. I have made some diagrams also so that it is easier for you to understand. Now, a financial analyst firm is designing a risk simulation model based on random experiments involving selection and arrangement of analysts for a project. There are 8 analysts, out of which 5 are risk specialist and 3 are compliance specialist. Total 8, 5 risk, 3 compliance. The firm wants to select a team of 4 analysts. Okay. Such that at least 2 are risk specialist. Okay. Got it. I want to select a team of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want at least 2. At the very least, 2 should be risk finalist. And the rest 2 could be anybody. The rest 2 could be anybody. So I have basically 3 outputs for it. Risk, and compliance. Risk, compliance, risk, risk. Is this not correct? The question says that at least 2 should be risk compliances. Okay, I have taken at least 2 to be risk specialist. The rest 2 could be anybody. The rest 2 could be anybody, right? So these are majorly 3 outcomes that you can get. Okay. From the selected team, assign distinct roles where order matters. Okay, I will assign that. Additionally, one analyst from the remaining pool is randomly selected as a backup. From the remaining people, from 8, I have selected 4. From the remaining 4 people, any one is randomly selected as a backup. That even if one of them is not available, then I can use this one, forming a random experiment. Okay. The probability that the backup analyst is a compliance analyst is to be evaluated. Okay. I'm saying what is the backup analyst, what is the probability of choosing the backup analyst as a compliance analyst specialist. Okay. Based on the above information, evaluate the following 4 statements. The total number of ways to select a team of 4 analysts with at least 2 risk specialist is equal to 5 combination 2 into 3 combination 2, 5 combination 2 into 3 combination 2. This is that 5 combination 2 into 3 combination 2, correct? Plus 5, you are selecting 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 actually, and 1 out of 3. This is this. And for this, you are selecting 4 out of 5 and 0 out of 3. Do you think this is the same equation? Yes, this is the same equation. So this is correct. So this is correct. I'll repeat it. How did I do it? I'll repeat it for you all. For those who could not understand me earlier, now please make sure that you are paying attention. They are saying you have to form a team. You have to form a team of at least 2 risk specialists. At least 2 risk specialists. So from here, I can conclude 3 outcomes. The first 2 have to be the risk specialist. The second 2 could be anybody. If they could be anybody, then let one be from the compliance specialist team and the second one also be from this compliance specialist team. Okay. Case number 1. Case number 2, I am saying at least 2 are from risk. The rest 2 also I want 1 from risk and 1 from compliance. Case number 3, at least 2 are from risk. Okay, I understand. Rest 2 are also from risk. Rest 2 are also from risk. Why do I say that? Because the question is saying only at least 2. Only at least 2 are to be taken from the risk team. The rest can be from anywhere. Now, which 2 should I select? Which 2 should I select? Because I have 5. I have 5 risk specialists. Which 2 should I select? So I will have to create a combination. I told you earlier, whenever you have to select from a sample, whenever you have to select You have to select a combination. You should use C. That is for permutation combination. Combination is to be used. The formula for combination is different. The formula for permutation is different. So I am saying for the first case, the answer will be, you are out of total 5, you are taking a combination of 2 into, out of total of 3, you are taking a combination of 2. Any 2 people can be selected. Plus, out of 5, you are taking a combination of 3, and out of 3, you are taking a combination of 1. Plus, out of 5, you are taking a combination of 4, and out of 3, you are taking a combination of nobody, 0. So this should be a total equation. This plus this plus this. This is only written here. So the first statement is correct. First statement is correct. Okay. Now they are saying that from the selected team of 4, assign different roles to everybody. All 4 of them should have different roles. One can be a leader, one can be a reviewer, one can be an auditor, and one can be an auditor. One should be a reporter. So the total number of ways to assign distinct roles to the selected 4 is equal to factorial 4. And this is an independent of method of selection. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? Now, what is the possible ways in which I can assign different roles to these 4 different people? Okay, it should be factorial 4, which is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Maximum possible ways. Use permutation. Use permutation. So I'm using factorial 4. I'm using factorial 4, which is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, which is 24. There are 24 ways in which I can assign distinct values to all 4 of them. This is also correct. This is also correct. Okay. Permutation of problem 4, which is 24. Yes, permutation of 4 is 24. Now, statement number 3 says, total number of sample points in an experiment of selecting one backup analyst from the remaining pool is 3. Do you think that 3 participants were left out? No. 4 participants were left out. So 4 sample points are there. So this statement is incorrect. So this statement is incorrect. The probability that the backup analyst is a compliance specialist is 34 divided by factorial 3, 4, 43. Irrespective of the selection of the main team. Do you think this is correct? No. No. If two compliance specialists were selected, then only one can be taken out. That is 1 by 4 probability is there. If one compliance person was selected before in the main team, then 2 are left. So the probability is 2 by 4. If 0 compliance specialists were taken in the earlier team, then you have all 3 people available for taking them into the backup position. So 3 by 4. So the total will be 1 by 4 plus 2 by 4 plus 3 by 4. And it depends on the main selection of the main team. So this is not correct. This is not correct. The probability of selecting a backup analyst is not, it is 100% dependent on the selection of the main team and not this formula. Not this formula. So this is wrong. Fifth, the relation permutation n comma r is factorial of r. Combination n comma r implies that the role assigned can be computed as p4 comma 4. Do you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct. Because the relationship permutation of n comma r is factorial of r into c and r, which is r is n is 4, r is also 4. So permutation of 4 comma 4 will be factorial of 4 into c 4 comma 4, which is 24. So this is also correct. This is also correct. So the correct answer is A. 1, 2, and 5 are correct. 1, 2, and 5 are correct. Is this question clear to you all? This was a good question. This was an extreme question that you can have. Were you able to do it? This was a good question, everybody. Were you able to do it? Do you want me to repeat something? Then please do ask. All the people there over YouTube as well. Any question asked? If you have any question, please ask. No questions? Okay. Yes, A is the correct answer, and I have given you a risk analyst team in a bank is designing a probabilistic model. The sample space is I comma j. How is the outcome of die, and j is the outcome of card. Okay. The events are determined by this. A is outcome whether the die shows an odd number and the card drawn is even. Okay. B is outcome where the sum of die and card is divisible by 3. C, outcome where both die and card show the same number. Outcome when the die shows a prime number. E is outcome where the card drawn is greater than 4. Okay. I have a die that I can roll once, and simultaneously I can draw a card from a set of card numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have cards and the numbers assigned to them is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is it. And I have a die. If I throw it, I can have either I or I can have a J. That is the outcome of, sorry, if I throw a die, then I can have a fair rolling a die, or the outcomes could be that. If you throw a die or a dice, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there are cards also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Considering the following statements, these are following outcomes that I have. Tell me, event A and C are mutually exclusive. That either A can happen or C can happen. That where the die shows an odd number and the card is an even number, or where both die and card show the same number. Do you think that is possible? Either the die is odd and the card is even, so only one can happen. Only one can happen, right? Or both of them are showing the same number. Do you think they are mutually exclusive? What are mutually exclusive numbers? First of all, tell me that. Mutually exclusive is no overlap is possible. Either this will happen or this will happen. Okay. Let's try to solve it. Okay. I am saying, what is the probability of die showing odd number? What is the probability of the die showing an odd number? So it can be either 1, 3 or 5 plus. And what is the probability of a card showing a even number? 2, 4, 6. Either this will happen or C will happen. C says that the die will also show 2 and the card will also show 2. Same number. Both of them will show the same number. Can this actually happen ever? No. These two cannot happen together. These two cannot happen together. So 1 is correct. These are mutually exclusive. They both cannot overlap. Both cannot happen together. Okay. Event B and C are not mutually exclusive. That if B is happening, C can still happen. If B is happening, C can still happen. This is true. For example, B is saying that one has 3 and the second one has 6. For example, one has 3, the die has 3, and the card has 6. Right? Both are divisible by 3. The sum of both is divisible by 3, right? And they are also the same number. So they are not mutually exclusive. It can overlap. It can overlap. For example, B is saying the sum of die and card is divisible by 3. Okay. If I have 3, I threw the die, I got 3. I drew a card, I got 3. Both of them. Okay. The sum is 6. Is it divisible by 3? Yes. Both of them are showing the same number. Yes. So these are not mutually exclusive. B can also happen and C can also happen at the same time. This is also correct. Event D and E are independent. They're independent. Okay, yes, true. But not mutually exclusive. This is also true because D and E can happen together. I can have a prime number also which can be greater than 4. For example, 5. For example, 5. Right? 5 is greater than 4. Right? And I can, if I draw a dice, I can have a 5, 6. Right? Okay. Event A and B are exhaustive but not complementary. False. A and B already has A in it. A and B has A in it. So it cannot cover the entire sample. Hence A and B are not exhaustive. They are not exhaustive. So this is true. This is false. Sorry. This event is fourth is incorrect. 5. The complement of event D consists of outcome where die shows 1, 4 and 6. Are these prime outcomes of die? Prime can be 2, 3, 5 prime numbers. And the complements are 1, 4, 6. So this is correct. This is correct. So only 4 is not correct. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamalli sir. Next question. A financial analyst firm designs a probabilistic risk engine. Experiment 1, 2, 3, they have drawn. 2 unbiased dice are thrown. Let event A is equals to sum is 8 and B is both the dice show same number. Okay. Experiment 2, 2 balls are drawn simultaneously from a bag of 7 white and 8 black balls. Let event C is at least 1 is white. Okay. Experiment 3, all the letters from word market are randomly arranged. So permutation. Okay. Let event D is equals to vowels occupy both extreme positions. Okay. A and E are at extreme positions. And event E is vowels and consonants all together, starting with a consonant. Okay. Further, define event F as A and B, or B, sorry, A or B, and event G as C and D. This is the mark for or, this is the mark for and. Right? Okay, which of the following statement is correct? Probability of A is 5 by 36 and probability of B is 1 by 6. Hence, probability of F is 11 by 5, 11 by 3. Okay, let's calculate. Let's calculate. So, what is the probability of A? A is saying that the sum is 8. Okay, I have thrown 2 dices. I have thrown dice number 1 and I have thrown dice number 2. They are saying what is the probability that the sum will be 8. Okay, I threw dice 1, I got 2, and I threw dice 2, I got 6. Then I drew this again. I threw the first dice again. First dice showed me 4. The second dice also showed me 4. Again I did it 3, 5, 5, 3. Again I did it 6, 2. Right? 2, 6, 6, 2, 3, 5, 5, 3, 4, 4. These will give me the sum as 8. Any other outcome that will give me a sum as 8? No. So what is the probability? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events out of 36 events that A will happen. That the sum is 8. This is correct. Okay. 5 events out of 36 events. How do I have total 36 events? 6 events from here and 6 events from here. So total 36 events. Right? 5 events in my favor divided by total events, that is 36. Got it. A or B. Now what is the probability of B happening? Okay. The probability of B happening is both dice show the same number. So probability of B will be 2 comma 2, 4 comma 4, 3 comma 3, 5 comma 5, 6 comma 6, 1 comma 1. Right? So how many events? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events. Out of 36 events, that is 1 by 6. That 1 by 6 that B will happen. So what is the probability that A or B will happen? A or B will happen. A or B will happen. What is the probability of that? I can put the formula of A or B simply using A or B. The formula is 5 by 36 plus 6 by 36 minus 1 by 36, because see 4 by 4 is coming here also and here also. So I have to eliminate A or B. Additional theorem I can put here. The formula for additional theorem can be put here, which is, come here, probability of A plus probability of B minus probability of A and B. So probability of A and B, that is the overlapping event 4 is a overlapping event, so 1 by 6. So probability of A is 5 by 6, 36, plus probability of B 1 by 6 minus probability of A and B, that is 1 by 36, which will come as 10 by 36, which will come by as 10 by 36. So 1 is incorrect. So 1 is incorrect. Are you able to solve it? Are you able to solve it, all of you? I have just applied the additional theorem that probability of what is the probability that either A will happen or B will happen. So probability of A plus probability of B minus probability that one of the events is overlapping, that is minus the probability of A and B. So 4 comma 4 is the only event which can occur in A and B both. So 1 by 36 is the total probability of 4 comma 4. So 5 by 36 plus 1 by 36 minus 1, 5 by 36 plus 1 by 6 minus 1 by 36. This should be your answer, which will be 10 by 36 and not 11 by 3. So this is wrong. First statement is wrong. Second, event A and B are mutually exclusive. Hence A and B will be 0. This is wrong. This is wrong. We have just discovered that A and B are not mutually exclusive. We have 4 comma 4, which is in both the events. So 2 is wrong. 3. Probability of C is 1 minus 8C2 divided by 15C2. Do you think this is correct? Okay. Probability of C is 2 balls are drawn simultaneously from a bag containing 7 plus 8. 15 balls are there, and I want to draw at least one ball. So one can be white, the second can be black, or both of them can be white, because at least one has to be white. So the probability of C happening is 15C2 when there is no white, both are black. So which will be 8C2. So probability of C happening is 1 minus 8C2 divided by 15C2. So this is correct. This is correct. Right? At least one white ball is drawn. At least one white ball. See, this was a tricky question, honestly. You tell me, what is the probability of C happening that at least one white ball is drawn? I have two cases over here. First case is first ball is white and second ball is also white. Right? At least one is to be taken. At least one white ball should be taken out. What is the probability of that? One way of doing this is that I calculate I take these combination and calculate the value. or I can calculate what is the chances that not even a single white ball is taken out when both the balls are black. When both the balls are black, which will be 8C2 divided by 15C2, right? Out of 8 balls, 2 balls were taken out from total of 15C2, right? And I subtracted from 1, then I will have the happening of at least 1 is there. So it is correct. Probability of D is factorial 2 into factorial 4 divided by factorial 6. What is the probability of D? That vowels occupy both extreme positions. So it is permutation question, right? So if market has 6 letters, vowels are A and E, 2 vowels. So extreme must be vowels. So arranged in 2 ways, that is factorial 2. Remaining are 4 letters, that is factorial 4 divided by factorial 6. So this is correct. This is also correct. Event C and D are independent. Wrong. These are not independent. These are arrangement problems, right? They belong to different sample spaces. I cannot assume that they are classically I cannot assume they are independent. Okay. Statement C. Probability of E is factorial 3 into factorial 3 divided by factorial 6. E is saying that vowels and consonants are alternative. This is also incorrect because vowels is A and E, consonants are 4 there. So alternate patterns should require, consonant requires equal vowels and consonants. So it is not possible. It is not possible. Not happening of C, complementary C is 8C2 divided by 15C2, and hence probability of C plus probability of CC is 1. Do you think that is correct? Yes, this is correct. Because happening plus not happening is equals to 1. So this is correct. This is correct. So D is the correct answer. Only 3, 4 and 7 are correct. Very good, Nagamalli sir. Absolutely right. Anybody has any sort of question out here, then please ask. Any question? Any question? Okay, moving ahead then. A risk analyst team at a bank is studying the behavior of 2 independent market signals. Event A, a stock market prices increases in a given week. Event B, trading volume increases in the same week. Probability of A is 0.3, probability of B is 0.5. However, during volatile period, dependence arises such that A and B is 0.24. Additionally, a third event C, that is market sentiment is positive, is introduced, such as the probabilities are given here. Which of the following statement is correct? A and B are independent under volatile conditions. A and B are independent. This is wrong because 0.3 into 0.5 is equals to 0.15. But we are being told that A and B is 0.24. So this is not correct. They are not independent. The probability that at least one of A or B occur is 0.56. So probability of A or B will be probability of A plus probability of B minus probability of A and B. So 0.3 plus 0.5 minus 0.24, which is 0.56. So this is correct. Probability of A plus probability of B minus probability of A and B. Additional theorem. If I apply it, 0.56, this is correct. Statement number 3, probability that neither A nor B occur is 0.44. So 1 minus A and B, which will be 1 minus 0.56, 0.44. This is correct. This is correct. The unconditional probability of event C is 0.494. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. We have probability of C happening as probability sum of C case into probability of C case slash individual probability is 0.24 of A and B. So A and B given conditional of C. So permutation of A minus permutation of AB, which will be around 0.06, which will not come to 0.44. So this is not correct. This is not correct. Okay. The conditional probability is greater than probability of A. This is correct. This is correct. So 2, 3, 5. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Any question, anybody? Very good, Sudha ma'am. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. C is the correct option. Next. A financial analyst firm studies customer flow and portfolio return. Experiment A is given to you. Experiment B is given to you. Cumulative distribution functions are defined for both variables. Since x is countable, the probability that x assumes a specific value and must always be strictly positive. So A is number of customers arriving at a bank in a fixed 10 minutes interval, which is variable x. Variable x can take 0, 1, 2. Okay, so the associated probability satisfying properties of a probability mass function makes sense, right? So since x is countable, the probability that x assumes a specific value and must always be strictly positive. True. True. Can a customer coming to be, can it be -1? A customer has come to us -1 times. Can you say that? Can you say that? I cannot say that the customer has come to be -1 times, but I can say a discrete random variable may assign 0 as probability, right, to some outcomes. Hence, it is not necessarily that every possible value has strictly positive probability. If it is 0, that is also a probability, right? So I cannot say it has to be strictly positive. So it is incorrect. First statement is incorrect. Option number D, Sudha ma'am has said. Let's see if she is correct or not. 1 is not correct. So if 1 is not correct, then D is definitely not correct, Sudha ma'am. Yes, X is countable, but a discrete random variable can assign 0 as probability to some outcomes, right? So it is not necessary that every possible value has a positive probability. It could be 0 also. Statement number 2. So D is not the correct answer, Sudha ma'am. For the continuous random variable y, even if gy is greater than 0 at a point, the probability of y equals to y is equals to 0. This is correct. For a continuous random variable, probability at a specific point is always 0, regardless of the value of the density of that point. So this is correct. If fx is a cumulative distribution function of x, then it must be strictly increasing. No. Nobody has said that it has to be strictly increasing. This is incorrect. The function gy must satisfy the condition that the integral of gy over the real life line, entire real line, equals 1. This is correct. This is absolutely correct. If fx is a valid probability mass function, then sum of fx over all x equals 1. No, wrong. This is wrong. So only 2 and 4 are correct. So B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer, ma'am. So ma'am, B is the correct answer. See if you can relate with it or not. 5 is not correct, Sudha ma'am. 1 is also not correct. Only 2 and 4 are correct. I hope you are able to do it, Sudha ma'am, now. Okay, moving ahead. A risk analyst models the return x of a structure deviation as a discrete random variable X is given to me as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Function of X is K, 2K, 3K and 1 minus 6K. The analyst defines the transformable variable as y equals to 3x minus 2. Further, the valuations are given to me. The value of K is 0.1. The value of K is 0.1. It is correct since the sum of all probability equals to 1. So K plus 2K plus 3K plus 1 minus 6K is equals to 1. K plus 2K plus 3K plus 1 minus 6K should be equal to 1, right? So given the value 6K plus 1 minus 6K is equals to 1, right? Thus the equation holds for all K, but the probability must be non-negative. So 1 minus 6K should be more than equal to 0. So K should be less than equal to 1 upon 6, right? So yes, K equals to 0.01 satisfies it. Yes, it is correct. It satisfies it, right? The expected value EX is equals to 1.8. Do you think this is correct? No, this is not correct. 0 into K plus 1 into 2K plus 2 into 3K. 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Assign the values, multiply it by that. If you will solve it, it will come to 2 and not 1.8. So this is not correct. So 0 into 1 into K plus 1 into 2K plus 3 into, 2 into 3K plus 3 into 1 minus 6K. You solve it and putting the value of K equals to 0.1. If I put K equals to 0.1 from the earlier equation, this will come to 2. The equation will be solved as 2. So this is incorrect. Third, the variance of y is 9 times the variance of x. Calculate कर लेते हैं. For y equals to 3x minus 2, we know this. Y is equals to 3x minus 2. Okay. And the variation will be ax plus b. Variation will be ax plus b, right? Where a square variance x. So variance of y will be 9. Right? Variance property is variance of ax plus b. Variance of ax plus b. If I write the formula, it will be a square variance of ab. A square variance of x. Sorry. So if variance of y is 9, so variance of y will be equal to variance of 9 variance x, right? 9 variance x. So this is incorrect. So the variance is 9, then the variance of x. No, this is variance of y is 9 times variance of x. Yes, this is correct. This formula is correct. Variance of 9. Variance of y is equals to 9 times variance of x. This is correct. This is correct. If I just put the values here, it will be right. 3x minus 2. This is correct. Okay. Statement number 4. The expected value Ez is greater than expected value of x. Okay. For x equals to 0, z will be 0. For x equals to 1, z will be 1. X equals to 2, z will be 0, 1, 3. And for x equals to 3, z will be 5. Right? I can put the values and put k's value as 0.1. You will get that x of z is more than x of estimate of z is more than estimate of x. So this is also correct. The cumulative difference function is x equals to 2 is 0.6. Calculate कर लेते हैं. K plus 2k plus 3k is equals to 6k, which is If I put x less than equals to 2, so function of 2 will be 0.6. This is correct. This is correct. So the correct answer is A. Correct answer is A. Are you able to do it, all of you? This was a good question. A new question, in fact. Good and new question. Were you able to do it? People over YouTube, are you able to do the question? Are you able to do the question? Nagamali sir, Jhansi ma'am, Sudha ma'am, are you able to do the question? It was a good question. You should put this into revision. This is an extreme question that they can ask you. Good question. Put this into revision, please. Is it clear to all? Next, a pharmaceutical company conducts a clinical trial where a new drug is tested on 20 patients. Okay. Each patient independently results in either success or failure. X denote the number of success. Okay. The distribution of X is negatively skewed. The variance of X is 3.2. The distribution has two modes. The mean number of successes exceed 12. Okay. The kurtosis is less than 3. The value of P must be greater than 0.5. कर लेते हैं. Let's calculate it. Very simple. Let's calculate it. Given that N is 20, variance, I will put the formula for variance, which is NP into 1 minus P. Variance is NP into 1 minus P, which is given to me as 3.2. Right? It is given to me as 3.2. Also, they have told me that N is 20. They have told me that N is 20. So 20 into P into 1 minus P is 3.2. So if I calculate this, so P into 1 minus P is 0.16. Right? P into 1 minus P will be 3.2 divided by 20, which will be equal to 0.16. Right? Let's put the formula for the equation that we have. Do you remember the equation? P square minus, equation will be P square minus P plus 0.16 is equals to 0. P square minus, see, P into 1 minus P is 0.16. So P minus P square is equals to 0.16. So if I write it as P square minus P minus 0.16 is equals to 0, will it be right? Yes, it is right. Yes, the equation is right. I just made this equation converted into this, right? So P is equals to 0.8 or 0.2. Since it is negatively skewed, solving this equation, I will get P is equals to either 0.8 or it is equals to 2. Two answers that I'll get because it is P square, right? So since it is negatively skewed, I know for sure it will be either 0.8 or it will be 0.2. Since it is negatively skewed, so P has to be greater than equal to 0.5. So the answer is 0.8. So the answer is 0.8. So the solution, the statement number 1 is correct. Statement number 1 is correct. Since it is negatively skewed, so it is correct. Statement number 2. The value of n plus 1 into P is an integer. Correct, because it is bimodal. Remember, a series can be bimodal only and only if n plus 1 into P is an integer. This is correct. The value of P is 0.6. This is incorrect. We have just estimated that it is 0.8. So this is wrong. Statement number 4. The condition for bimodal implies that n into P must be an integer. No. N plus 1 into P must be an integer. So this is wrong. The given variance implies that P into 1 minus P is 0.16. Correct. P into 1 minus P is 0.6. We just concluded this here. So yes, this is also correct. This is also correct. So the correct answer is B. 1, 2 and 5 are correct. 1, 2 and 5 are correct. This was a very easy question and yes, they can give you this in exam. Very easy. Very easy, right? Next question. Next question. A telecom company analyzes two independent random phenomena: the number of wrong calls received per hour, where the mean is 4, and it is a Poisson distribution. The duration in minutes of a call for normal distribution, mean is 10, normal distribution, and standard deviation is 2. Based on the above, examine the following statements. The probability that exactly 3 wrong calls occur in an hour is given by probability of x is equals to 3 is e power minus 4, 4 power 3 divided by factorial of 3. Do you think this is correct? Now let's solve the question. Let's solve the question. I know Poisson distribution. The formula is e power minus into power n, power z, sorry, and the z is given to me as 3 divided by factorial of x, right? So this is what e power, the mean was 4, so minus 4 into 4, which is the mean, which is 4, power z, z will be 3, which is given to us, right, divided by factorial of 3. So this is exactly the formula. So this is correct. Correct. The coefficient of skewness for the number of wrong calls is less than 1, indicating nearly symmetry. This is incorrect. The skewness is given by 1 divided by under root of mean. So mean is 4. The skewness will be 1 by 2. So which is 0.5, which is less than 1, not equal to 1. So it is not symmetric. Not symmetric. The formula is 1 divided by under root of mean, right? If mean is 4 and integer, the distribution of wrong calls is bimodal with mod of 3 and 4. This is correct because when y and y minus 1, mean and mean minus 1, so it is 4 and 3. Correct. This is correct. 3. For the call duration distribution, after standardization, the transformed variable will have mean 0 and variance 1. This is also correct because the formula that I will use is x minus mu divided by standard deviation. So which is 0 and 1. Absolutely right. The quartile deviation is 0.6745 into 2. Calculate kar le. So quartile deviation for normal distribution, I have to learn it. 0.6745 into the standard deviation. This is the formula that you use, and the standard deviation is given to me as 2. So this is also correct. So this is also correct. So option number A is the correct answer. Bimodal is when you have more than 2 modes, 2 or more than 2 modes, Sudha ma'am. It is bimodal. No problem, Sudha ma'am. You can watch it now. You have recorded classes. Don't worry about it. Clear? Okay. Moving ahead. Let me just see how many questions are left for this unit. Not a lot are left for probability. Just give me 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more questions for probability, and then we'll move to estimates. 7, 8, 9 units. More about theory. Less explanation, more theory. Right? Okay. Next question. A large commercial bank headquartered in India has extended the following credit exposure: 120 crore term loan to company A, high dependence on global commodity prices; 80 crores to company B, showing early stress signals and 75 days overdue; 150 crore sovereign bonds issued by company X, where recent political instability has raised concern. Oh, 50 crores retail loan portfolio where historical probability of default is 4%. Exposure is full. Oh god. And estimated loss is 60%. If company B crosses 90 days overdue, the exposure will be categorized under credit default risk irrespective of sector concentration. Do you think this is correct? Correct. 90 days crossed, it qualifies as default. I do not take into account what sector you are from. Correct. The bank's combined exposure to A and B represent concentration risk, even if both borrowers are currently performing. Correct. Because both exposures are in same steel sector, creating vulnerability. Even if both are performing good, the bank still faces concentration risk. Because I'm not diversified, right? So this is still a concentration risk. Investment in SBs of country X has country risk and there are obligations. This is wrong because country risk will arise from the possibility that the sovereign bonds may be unwilling or they are unwilling to pay, right? Either they are unable to pay me or they do not have any will to pay me. Only then there is a risk. Not only because after actual default is there, at the early stage itself, it's a trigger, right? Political instability in itself is a very big trigger that we do have country risk. So this is incorrect. I will not wait for actual event to happen. I am at risk. Okay. Expected loss for retail portfolio should be computed via this formula. Do you think this is correct? No. It is probability of default into EAD into 1 minus LGD. So, is the here 1 minus LGD is what? It is a recovery rate, right? So, probability of default into AAD into recovery rate. So, lower the recovery, higher the expected loss, right? It will be higher the loss, not lower the loss. So, fourth is incorrect. Expected loss should be computed at this, implying higher LGD reduces. No, it does not reduce it, it makes it higher. If PD is 4%, EAD is 50 CR and LGD is 60%. I just put it into the formula and it will be 0.8, which is correct. Which is correct. So the correct option is C. 1, 2 and 5 are correct. 1, 2 and 5 are correct. I hope you are able to do the questions with me. I hope you are doing it with me and you're not wasting this crucial time, right? Okay. Moving ahead. A portfolio manager at a large investment firm manages a diversified portfolio consisting of equity, gold, ETF, and debt. The current market value of the portfolio is 50 CR. Based on historical analysis, the expected return is 12% and standard deviation is 18%. Okay. The risk committee asked the manager to compute and interpret the VAR at about 95% and 99%. Here I told you to learn the values, if you remember. Assuming normal distribution. Based on the above, which of the following statement is correct? At VAR 95% confidence level, the portfolio is approximately 8.85 CR. Calculate kar lete hain. Let's calculate it. It will be return minus 1.65 into standard deviation into portfolio, right? The formula is very simple. The return minus 1.65 into standard deviation, 1.65 being the value, into standard deviation, right? Into the portfolio amount, which is of 50 CR, which will be 0.12 minus 1.65 into standard deviation is 0.18. into 50. Solve this and you will get the amount as 8.85, which is absolutely right. At 99%, confidence level will necessarily be lower than VAR at 95 due to higher confidence. Incorrect. Incorrect. At higher confidence, the multiplier is 2.33. At lower, it was 1.65, right? Which is higher. VAR becomes more conservative, that there can be larger losses and not lower. So VAR at 99 will be more than VAR at 95. Value at risk is more at 99. So this is incorrect. 3. VAR captures only downside risk. Correct. The calculation of VAR is, in this case, relies on assumption that returns are normally distributed. Correct. VAR does not provide any information about losses beyond specified confidence level. Actually right. So 2 is not correct. So 1, 3, 4, 5 are correct. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Any doubt, anybody? Any doubt, anybody? Okay, moving forward. A portfolio manager is evaluating where stock current trading is at 100 rupees. Strike is 105. Risk free is 8%. Time to maturity is 1 year. Volatility high and increasing. Okay, we are at risk. Matlab, market expectation is prices may move sharply in either direction. Either it will go up or go down, but sharply. Okay. The manager is considering two alternatives. Enter into a forward contract to buy the stock at 105 after 1 year, or buy a European call option with strike of 105. At maturity, the price turns out to be 90. Under strategy A, the manager incurs a loss due to binding obligations, whereas under strategy B, the loss is limited to the premium paid. Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is correct? The strike is 90. I have a right to buy something at 105. Now the prices are 90. So what is my loss? I will not execute it. I just have a right. I will not execute it, right? My only loss is the premium that I paid. This portion is correct. This portion is, of course, this is correct. Now, if the manager decides to go with A, that is, I'm purchasing a forward contract. It is a binding obligation. Yes, forward contracts are binding obligations, but the options, they give you a right to buy or sell. So the loss is limited to premium in case of buying. So this is correct. 1 is correct. The opportunity loss exists in strategy A only when price falls below strike price, but not when prices rise above the strike price. Incorrect. The opportunity loss is both ways, right? Right? When the prices rises, the forward is beneficial, but when the prices fall, the forward is for loss for us, right? So opportunity loss exists in both the cases, not just one. So this is incorrect. Now, increase in volatility prior to maturity would be increased the value of strategy B. This is correct. If interest rate had increased significantly during the contract period, the value of the call option would increase, while the forward price would also increase. This is also correct. Even if the option exercise expires worthless, which usually does, it becomes zero at the end, right? Its initial valuation must be incorporated both intrinsic value and time value. Yes, correct. So only 2 was not correct. So D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. I hope you are able to do it. I hope you are able to do it. Next. From a group of 6 men and 5 women, a committee of four is to be formed. What are the number of ways in the committee can be formed in such that at least 2 women are included? Same question that we did before. Same question. 4 people committee is to be made, at least 2 women. So 3 cases can be made. 3 cases can be made. Rest 2 can also be women. Rest 2 can be men. 1 can be women, 1 can be men. So same question like we did before. The correct answer for this will be So if you solve it, the correct answer will come to be as B, 215. So it will be 5C4 plus 5C2 into 6C2 plus into, sorry, it will be 6C0, 5C3 into 6C1. This equation, when you solve it, you will get 215. You will get 215. Right. Two unbiased dices are thrown simultaneously. Which of the following is all correct? The probability both dices will show the same number is 1 by 6, 2 comma 2, 1 comma 1, 3 comma 3, 4 comma 4, 5 comma 5, 6 comma 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of total 36 chances, because 2 dices were thrown. So 6, how did I get 36? 6 for first and 6 for second. So 1 by 6. So this is right. The probability that the first die shows 6 is 5 by 36. Okay. First die shows a 6. 6 comma 1, 6 comma 2, 6 comma 3, 6 comma 4, 6 comma 5, 6 comma 6. So it is 6 by 36 again. 6 by 36 again. So this is not right. 2 is not right. The second option is not right. This is wrong. The second option is wrong, 100% wrong. The probability that the sum of numbers on the both dice 8 is 5 by 36. We have just calculated this in the previous question and it is right. It was right. We did this in the previous question, so this is right. The probability that at least one die shows a 1 is 11 by 36. At least one of them shows a 1. So 1 comma 2, 1 comma 1, 1 comma 3, 1 comma 4, 1 comma 5, 1 comma 6, 2 comma 1, 3 comma 1, 4 comma 1, 5 comma 1, 6 comma 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 chances out of 36. So this is also correct. This is also correct. 11 probability is 11 by 36. The total probability of total outcome when two dices are thrown is 30. No, it is 36. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamali sir. Which of the following is not a probability property of cumulative distribution function? Which of the following do you think is not a probability of cumulative function? A, B, C, D, C. C is not the probability. Fx is continuous from the left. No, this is wrong. It is right continuous, not left continuous. So C is wrong. C is not the function, so C is the correct answer. So we are done with time probability now. Let's move ahead with estimates. Do you need a break now? Should I give you a break for 5 minutes or should we continue? We have been studying actually for quite some time now. It has been 6.5 hours of us doing the questions. Do you want a break for 5 minutes or should we continue? Wherever you're comfortable with. I do not have a problem with any which way, right? Please give me your opinions in the chat box. Do you wish to continue or do you want to take a break for 5 minutes? Okay, let's take a break. I even my throat needs a break. Let's take a break. Let's come back at 35. Okay, let's come back at 35 then. Okay, so let's start again. Question number 1. A large commercial bank is attempting to estimate the default probability. One new category of borrowers. Due to time constraint, the credit risk team selects a random sample of past borrowers and compute multiple stats. Approach A, use sample mean default risk for a point estimate. Option B, provide a range of default rates. Option C, use an alternative stats and high variability but simpler computation. Option D, recommends increasing sample size to improve estimation reliability. Option E, suggests replacing the estimator with another statistics that attracts additional unused information from the same sample. Based on the above scenario, which of the following statements are correct? Point A estimate. A point estimate in approach A is inherently limited because it does not convey the magnitude of possible estimations, error, or reliability. Do you think that is correct? Now, estimates can be of two types: point or interval. S point is a single value estimate and interval is a range, right? It is a single parameter. It is a single estimate for population parameter, right? For example, mean. That is point estimation using mean. But it has some drawbacks, right? This is what they're trying to inculcate in this particular example. They are saying that it is a single value, we understand that, but without an accompanying measure, without some other measure, it is not an indication of reliability. You cannot really rely on it. You need some measure of dispersion alongside mean. So yes, the statement given to us is correct. Second, approach B improves decision making quality because an interval estimate communicates both range and likelihood. Do you think this is correct? Statement number 2 is also correct because, of course, I am having more reliability. I have a bigger range now to conclude from, and there are more plausible values to it. So 2 is also correct. 3, approach C uses a static with a higher standard error than approach A. That is necessarily a more efficient estimator due to computational simplicity. No, this is not correct. Efficiency decides on standard error and not computational simplicity. So higher the standard error, less estimate, less efficient estimator. Lower standard error, more efficient estimator. So this is wrong. This is wrong. The recommendation in approach D will improve estimation reliability only if the estimator used is consistent. Otherwise, increasing sample size may not yield better coverage of true parameter. This is also correct. Approach E contradicts the property of sufficiency because a sufficient estimator already utilizes all relevant sample information and cannot be improved upon using the same data. This is also absolutely correct. So the correct answer will be B. Only 1, 2, 4 and 5 are correct. 3 was not correct. So B is the correct option. Are you able to do it with me? Are you able to do it, all of you? Just 1 second. Yes, I think the lighting is better now. Okay. Next question we'll do together. A large commercial bank is estimating key parameters. The bank randomly selects 35 branches, that is the sample, and the sample mean is 102. In separate operational risk assessment, there is a other sample of 50 branches, and it finds that 4 branches reported cash handling discrepancies during the audit period. The sample mean of 102 is an unbiased, consistent, and efficient estimator of population mean, and its sampling distribution can be approximates to normal due to CLT. Do you think this is correct? This is correct. A sample mean is a desirable estimator. We understand that. It is unbiased, it is consistent, and it is efficient. When the sample size is 35, right? It is above 30. We are saying CLT is applicable here. N is more than equal to 30. So yes, it is correct. We are approaching normality. If the bank uses N instead of N minus 1 in estimating variance, the resulting estimate will be biased downwards and hence underestimate the true population variance. This is also correct. If N is used instead of N minus 1, there will be a biased solution. N minus 1 is used for unbiased estimates. So this is also correct. The sample proportion of branches with discrepancy is 0.08, serves as unbiased and efficient estimator, and its precision improves with sample size increases. Yes. If the sample size will increase and the discrepancy is just 0.08, definitely it is unbiased. Definitely it is unbiased. Increasing the number of sampled branches for estimating the mean will increase the standard error. Do you think? No. If the N increases, the standard error will decrease. So this is incorrect. It is inversely proportional. Incorrect. Since the estimator used are unbiased and efficient, the bank can rely on point estimates without any concern for sampling error. No, sampling error has to be taken into account. So only 1, 2, 3 are correct. So option number A is correct. 1, 2, 3. I'll change it over here. Wait. 1, 2, and 3 are correct. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. 5 is not correct. Only 1, 2, and 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. Next question. A pharmaceutical company conducts a statistical study. A random sample of 256 is selected and the mean is 48 months. Okay. So N is 256 and mean is 48. The population standard deviation is 16. Okay. In this context, the standard error of the sample mean is 1 month. Let's calculate. Standard error will be how much? It will be standard population standard deviation upon under root of N. It should be 16 upon under root of 256, which will be how much? 16 divided by under root of 256, that is 16. So 16 divided by 16 is 1. So the statement is correct. The interval 48 plus minus 1 months represent a 55.3% confidence interval. No, not correct, because plus minus 1 standard error will be not just 55.3. It will be different, because 48 plus minus 1 will be approximately 68.3. So this is wrong. 3. If 2000 independent samples of size 256 are drawn and 95.5% confidence intervals are constructed, exactly 1910 of these will contain it. Calculate kar lete hain. Let's in repeated sampling, approximate 95.5% intervals will capture a true mean. Okay, I can agree with that. True. But saying exactly 1910 out of 2000, no, you are not taking into account the sampling variability. So this is wrong. This is wrong. Increasing the confidence from 95.5 to 99.7. The width increases the width. Correct. Correct. For a specific interval, it is said that 95.5% probability population lies within this interval. This is also incorrect. It is also incorrect because for the given interval, the population mean lies within it or not. How do I know? Confidence level refers to the long-term frequency, not a probability of a specific interval. This is not correct. Not correct. So the correct answer should be 1 and 4 are correct only. So 1 and 4 are correct. So C is, I will 2, 3, 5 are incorrect. Okay. In the given test, which of the following statements are not correct? Oh, the question is saying which of the following are not correct. So 2, 3 and 5 are not correct. So C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Read the question. Read the question. The question says which of the following are not correct. So 2, 3 and 5 are not correct. So C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer, everybody. We have very good Nagamali, sir. Next question. A market research firm in India conducts a study. Due to cost constraint, only a random sample of 400 is selected. Sample mean is 18,000. This is my N. This is my sample mean. And standard of error is also given to me. SE is also given to me. And if 90% confidence level is used, the confidence interval will be 18,000 plus minus 1640. And it will be narrower with 95% confidence level. This is correct. Since Z value is 1.64, right? And we have so many values, so it will be 1640. So 1.64 into 1000 is 1640. Lower multiplier, which will be narrower than 95%, which is 1.96. I told you to learn the confidence level, so this is correct. Next. If a 99% confidence level is used, the intervals will be wider. Correct? Because the multiplier is larger there. The statement we are 95% confident that the population lies between two limits. This is wrong. If repeated samples of the same size are drawn and intervals are constructed each time, approximately 95% of such interval will contain the true population mean at 95% confidence level. Correct. Reducing the width increases the confidence level. Wrong. This is in itself wrong. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct, which is C. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Able to do it? Do you have any question? Please ask. If you have any questions, please ask. People over YouTube, if you have any questions, please ask. Hit the like button if you are still with us. If you are enjoying the class, please hit the like button, all of you. Next question. A financial research firm is analyzing two independent data sets. Scenario A, large sample, known population variability. The firm studies the average processing time in minutes of loan application in a large banking network. The population standard deviation is 15. Okay. Random sample, processing mean time, and 98% confidence interval is constructed. Okay. Scenario B, finite population but unknown variability. N is 120, mean is itna, and standard deviation is itna. Total population is 1200 and 95% confidence level is taken. Since the sample size exceeds 5% of the population, the finite population correction is applied. Okay, we agree with it. In scenario A, the standard error of the mean is 1 and the critical value instead of 98 value for 98% confidence level will be approximately 2.33. Let's calculate it. Let's calculate it. So it is under root of 225. Population standard deviation is 15. 15 divided by under root of 225, which is actually 1, and 98% Z is 2.33. So this is correct. Scenario A, if confidence level was reduced to 90, lower confidence level, it will become narrower due to reduction in the critical value. 100% right. Why are you going down? Okay. Scenario B, the standard error calculated using finite population correction will be strictly less than 60 divided by 120, because we will take care of n minus n divided by n minus 1 under root, which will be less than 1. Of course we know this is less than 1. So when I take care of FCP, then the answer will be less than 60 divided by under root of 120. Correct. Because I know under root of n minus capital N minus small n divided by capital N minus 1 will be less than 1, right? This will always be less than 1. So if I multiply anything by less than 1, if I multiply this by less than 1, so new standard error will be less than this amount. Of course, right? So correct. In scenario B, if the population size were extremely large, the finite population correction factor would approach 0. Incorrect. If n is large, or let's say it is infinite, so n minus n divided by n minus 1 a whole under root will approach 1 and not 0. So the standard error approaches n divided by standard deviation under root n will never be 0. So this is wrong. In scenario B, despite using a large sample, replacing population standard deviation with sample standard deviation introduces estimation risk. This is correct. So the correct answer will be A. 1, 2, 3 and 5 are correct. A is the correct answer. 100% right. Next. A large multinational corporation is assessing employee preference regarding opting for self-managed retirement plans instead of company-sponsored schemes. Sample is for 200 and 90 for preferred self-managed retirement plans. Okay. Management wants to construct 98% confidence level. Okay. The condition for normal approximation is satisfied since n into p and n into q exceeds the minimum threshold required. Calculate करके देख ले. Should we do it? Yes. Let's compute the sample proportion. P and Q. So 90 divided by 200 is 0.45. Q will be how much? 1 minus P, which is 0.55. P is how much? P is 90 and 200, which is 0.45, right? Which is 0.45. So Q will be 1 minus 0.45, which is 0.55. Correct? Till here we are right. Check the condition for normal approximation, which is what? N into P, which will be 200 into 0.45 and 200 into 0.55. So n into P and n into Q. Check कर लेते हैं. 0.45 into 200, 0.55 into 200, which will come to 90 and 100, 10, and total is 200. And total is 200. That will be, of course, total will be 200, which is, of course, greater than 5. It is greater than, both the values are greater than 5. So yes, they are approaching for approximately, they are approaching normality. So yes, it is correct. Yes, this is correct. Okay, the estimated standard error of the population is approximately 0.035. Calculate कर लेते हैं. Under root of P into Q divided by N. So 0.45 into 0.55 divided by 200. Take under root of that, which is 0.035. This is also correct. The critical value to be used for constructing the confidence level at 98% is 2.33. Yes, correct. This is correct. I told you to learn this. This is correct. The upper confidence limit will exceed 0.6. Calculate करके देख लेते हैं. Let's calculate this. Construct the confidence level P plus minus Z into SC. So 0.45 into, sorry, 0.45 plus minus 2.33 into 0.035, which will be approx 0.53, and the lower limit will be 0.36. Yes, the upper limit does not exceed 0.60. What is the formula? The formula is simple. P plus minus Z into standard error. This formula we have done previously also, right? For upper limit it will be plus, for lower limit it will be minus. So the upper, if I put the values, it will be less than 0.60. So this is not correct. This is not correct. If the sample size were to reduce to 40 while keeping the same sample proportion, the width would decrease. No, this is not correct. If the same sample is taken, the width will increase, not decrease. So this is not correct. So only 1, 2, 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Are you able to do it with me? All of you? All of you, are you able to do it with me? People over YouTube, any doubts? Ask me, please. If you have any sort of doubt, please ask me. Okay. Again, I would like to remind you here that this PDF will be available in the free section of our app, and you can download it from there. It has all the concepts, all the formulas, everything at one place that you need for your exam. Very high chances that this exam could be a difficult exam this time, since last time we had ABFM, which was typical. So I do not want to leave any page unturned. I do not want any stone to be unturned here. So please make sure that we are doing actually very advanced questions today. In the previous class, the paid session, we did normal questions plus advanced questions. But today's class, I want to dedicate to all advanced of questions which have high probability of coming in exam. Also make sure of that the questions that we are doing today, they have very high probability of coming for your exam. And this module A for ABM, is this has a lot of weightage, and you can get a very good marks from here. Very good marks from this module. So make sure you are attending the session, you are asking questions if there are any. Next, we have linear programming now. A firm produces two products X and product Q. The firms aim to maximize its total. Now, one thing that you should keep in mind for linear programming, I have one objective. If you run a factory, you have two objectives. You want to maximize your profit and you want to minimize your cost. But at the same time, you will always have some restrictions or restraints. For example, you will have limited manpower, you will have limited resources, you will have limited machine hours, etc. These limitations can be anything, right? Also at the same time, I understand all these equations will be linear in nature. Power 1, exponent 1. Only then you are able to solve it. Graphic approach is for all the questions with 1 power. Simplex approach is for questions with higher calculations. For higher calculations, right? This is all about unit 8. Now let's do the questions. A firm produces two products, product X and product Y. Contribution per unit is ditna. Product P is fetching you 2400 per unit, Q is fetching you 1800 per unit. The processing time is 4 minutes. You go for 4 times of X plus 3 times of Y, which is less than equal to 24. This is constraint. Total hours you have is 24. Right. Finishing time is itna. Again a constraint. Budget constraint, you have this. Demand is ditna. And non-negativity, that X and Y will always be more than 0. We understand that. At optimality, processing time and budgeting constraints are binding. So these two are processing time and budgeting. These two are binding. You have to take care of them. Finishing time has unused capacity as the optimal time point. Okay, at the optimal point where profit is maximum and cost is minimal, then finishing time is unused. There is some left capacity. You can use it more. The slope of the objective is flatter than the processing constraint and steeper than budgeting constraint. Fractional production is allowed. I can produce in fractions. Okay. The optimum solution lies at the intersection of processing and budget. I have two constraints. And they are saying that the optimal level where the highest maximum power profit you can understand and lowest cost you will have, it is where the processing time and the budget constraints will intersect. Do you agree with it? I told you how you can achieve it, right? Do you agree with it? Yes. Correct. Since both processing and budget are binding, the optimal solution will lie at the intersection of these 2 points only. So this is correct. This is correct. Finishing time constraint is non-binding and hence do not influence the optimal solution. This is also correct. We can cut some slack at the finishing time constraint. If the demand restriction on product P is removed, the optimal solution will become shift to a new point. If the demand, for example, X is less than equal to 5, will shift optimum only if it was binding earlier. Nobody has said that demand is binding. So why will my optimal point shift now? It is only for my optimal point is only where my intersection is for processing and budget. Nobody talked about demand before. So even a shift in a new demand will not cause change in my optimal point. So this is incorrect. Imposing integer constraint may reduce the maximum achievable contribution. This is correct. If integer restraint is eliminated, right? So next feasible integer will have lower contribution. If fractional optimal point is not there, then it will be a whole point, which will be a lower contribution. So this is wrong. This is also correct. If the budget time is increased while keeping other constraints unchanged, the optimal contribution will necessarily increase. No, it will decrease. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Are you able to do it? Are you able to do it? All of you? Were you able to do it? Okay. Moving ahead. Next. A firm manufactures two products X and Y using 3 constraint resources, and you have to use the simplex method. Both decisions X and Y are basic variables. One slack variable has a positive value while the remaining slack variable is 0. Okay. All entries in the 0 satisfies optimally conditions for a maximization problem. Okay. During one intermediate iteration, a pivot column had multiple identical minimum positive ratios. Okay. In other iteration, one coefficient in the pivot column corresponds to a constraint was 0. Okay. The presence of a positive slack variable in the optimal solution indicates that the corresponding constraint is non-binding. Since it is positive, do you think it will be non-binding at the optimum level? Yes, correct. It will show that there are certain resources which are unused. So it will become non-binding. So correct. If 2 or more equal minimum positive ratios occur during the ratio test, it may lead to degeneracy and potential cycling in subsequent iteration. Correct. A 0 coefficient in the pivot column for a constraint automatically disqualifies that row. Do you think if there is a 0, it will automatically be at disqualification? Yes, because division for ratio test is not possible. Then if it is 0, I cannot divide anything by 0, right? So correct. If both decision variables are basic, it implies all constraint must be no, nobody has said that. Even if both decisions are basics, it does not imply that all constraints are binding. No, Presence of a positive slacks already is telling me that there is something which is non-binding, right? For maximization, optimality is achieved when all reduce cost. Correct. This is also correct. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 are correct. D. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Very good, Nagamali sir. Okay. A foreign exchange trading desk of a commercial bank wants to evaluate two position management. Okay, this question. Wait, let me correct the alignment for it first. Are you able to read the question? I think I will have to change the font for it. Wait, what I'll do is I will take the options to the next page. But I want you to read the question properly. Are you able to read the question? Still, I feel the font is way too low. Okay, let's take these options also to the next page. Hmm. Now I think the question is more readable. Sorry. Just give me 1 minute, everybody, please. Hmm. Okay. I feel that it is more readable now, right? A foreign exchange trade desk of a commercial bank wants to evaluate two position management strategies using simulation modeling before implementing them in a live trading environment. The objective is to analyze how different position rules affect profitability and risk exposure under uncertain exchange rate movements. The bank purchases a foreign currency of 82 per USD and sell it at 83 per USD. If the bank carries excess currency at the end of the day, it must square off the position in the interbank market at 81.50 per USD, resulting in a potential loss. Two strategies are considered. Strategy A: daily purchase quantity equals the previous day's market demand for USD. Strategy B: daily purchase quantity equals the average demand observed over the past 10 trading days, estimated to be $2 million per day. Historical demand distribution observed by the bank is this much. Using random numbers, the Treasury Department stimulates exchange demand for 30 trading days to estimate profitability under both the strategies. Simulation results show average simulated demand 2.05 million per day, average purchase under strategy A 2.18 million, average purchase under strategy B 2 million, average executed sales under strategy A 1.92 million. So we are at loss. Average executed sales under strategy B 1.97 million. Again, we are at loss, but the loss is comparatively lower. Average daily profit under strategy A 1.68 millions. Average daily profit strategy under strategy B 2.21 million. The Treasury Committee reviews the following findings before deciding the approximate policy. With reference of the above, consider the following statements. Higher profitability of strategy B primarily arise because the strategy aligns purchase quantity closer to the expected demand level, thereby reducing excess currency position. Do you think the estimation of demand was better here? Are you in alignment with this situation? Yes, this is absolutely right because I estimated demand better. That is why the purchase quantity I procured was better. Strategy A leads to higher variability in purchase quantity because its ordering decision depends on realized demand of the immediately preceding trading day. This is also correct. I have taken DN minus 1. If the demand were allowed to carry forward excess currency without mandatory end of day square off, the profitability difference between two strategies would likely reduce. False. This is incorrect. If there was no squaring off, oh sorry, read the, I will, sorry, this statement is correct. Why? Because if there was no mandatory square off, profitability in A would also be very high and in B would also be very high, and the difference would, it would significantly reduce. The loss is occurring because of the excess currency and must be squared off at 81.5, right, which is 0.50 per day loss. But if there was not a mandatory square off, this loss will be reduced. So yes, the gap will between the two will also reduce. So this is true. Simulation modeling is particularly appropriate here because analytical optimization becomes difficult when demand uncertainty and operational constraints interact simultaneously. This is also correct. Simulation is useful when, you tell me. Simulation, when we have a system behavior, it is useful there. When there are multiple operational rules, it is useful there. There is an analytical solution. When the analytical solution is very complex, it is useful there. So yes, the given situation is correct. Foreign exchange trading environment is sophisticated, it is demanding, and yes, it has a lot of operational constraints. So simulation in such categories is appropriate, it is most valuable. So yes, this is also correct. The probability distribution used in the simulation guarantees that simulated demand will always coverage exactly to be expected demand of $2 million over finite solution. This is wrong. The probability will ensure only long run frequency or long run convergence, but finite simulation period, let's say 30 days, this will not work there. So this is not correct. So 1 2 3 4 are correct. B is the correct answer. Any question, anybody? People over YouTube, any question you have to ask? Okay, next question. So B is the correct answer. A retail distribution company plans to study its inventory ordering strategy using a simulated model. The analyst considers two alternatives: fixed time increments and variable time increment. Over this, let's read the options and then analyze which is the correct. Okay. A simulation model represents system eliminated elements through arithmetic, analog, or logical process that replicate the dynamic behavior of the real system. Do you think this is correct? Yes. Simulation model actually imitate the real system. What is happening in the real world? It was so complex, I could not take it today. So I tried to make it, I try to replicate it, imitate in my real system, right? Through arithmetic, analog, or logical processes only. So this is correct. So this statement is actually correct. Under the fixed time increment method, the simulation clock advances only when an event occurs in the system. Wrong. The clock is always going ahead. We are not waiting for an event to happen. Time is continuous. In the variable increment period method, time is advanced directly to the moment when the next event occurs. Correct. Because the increment is not fixed, it is based on when the event will happen. Simulation models are generally reusable across multiple decision problems. These are event specific, decision specific, environment specific. So this is not correct. For a specific problem only. One method of determining simulation run length is to continue the simulation until simulated result stabilizes. Correct. You can run it for a longer period also, until unless you get a very stable result and you find that the historical patterns are being made. So 1, 3 and 5 are correct. So the correct answer is A. Next question, please. Simulation. Honestly, if I tell you, we have already done good questions from simulation above only. But again, okay, these are repeating now. We have done this. We have done both the questions. All three questions we have done actually. We have done these questions. Okay. New question I have for you. If a sample of 200 batteries has a mean life of 36 months and a standard deviation of 10, what is the standard error of the mean? What is the standard error of the mean? So 200, we take it in under root, and standard deviation is 10. So the standard error of the mean is how much? 10 divided by under root of 200, which is 10 divided by 14.14, which is 0.707. Point B is the correct answer. B. Which of the following standard error multipliers correspond to 99% levels? Do you remember I told you to learn it? It is 2.58. 2.58. This is 99. This is 98. This is 90. This is 95. If a sample of 75 employees shows that 40% prefer their own retirement plan, what is the estimated error of the proportion? The question is different. It is asking for proportion. So it will be P into Q divided by under root of P into Q divided by N. So 0.4 into 0.6 divided by under root here and 75, which will be 0.075. So that is it, everybody. This was the whole total syllabus for you out here. All the questions were done which were important. All concepts which were important were also covered. If you have any sort of doubt in any unit, please do ask right away. I am here for you. If you have any questions, please ask. Any questions, please ask, everybody. If you have any sort of questions, you can ask any question that you want me to repeat, any concept that you want me to repeat. I am ready to do it for you right now, because you have your exam next Sunday on 31st, and I do not want you to miss out on any concept. Also, one more important thing, next Sunday for the paid batch, we will have ABFM complete revision. The whole module will be taken care by me. Module C we will do together. All the units with questions and concepts. All full-fledged questions like we are doing in the main batch. We'll do that also. So don't worry about it. So any doubts if you have, you can ask me. Any sort of question, any particular unit, any particular question you want me to repeat, I am here for you. You can ask me. So I will just end the session out here, maybe. Okay. Take care, everybody. This was a very productive session. I hope you all could reap the benefit from it. Please watch this video on repeat multiple times. You will actually be able to do maximum questions if you are able to do this. If you are able to understand this, solve these questions, you will be able to solve maximum questions. That is my promise to you. Okay, all the best for your exams, everybody. I will take your leave now. This is Radhika Dua signing off. Just one request from my side to you. Always, always, always remember that our time here is very limited. So make use of your time in the best possible manner. Love your parents a lot, a lot. Tell them that you love them. Show respect to them. Do not bother them. Give them the sort of respect, love, time, care that they require. Love your spouses, love the people who are around you. Be a better human being. The more better you are personally, better you will become professionally. The more you give, it comes back to you in tenfolds. You give out love, you give out respect, you give honesty, dedication, it will come to you in multiple folds. And that is my guarantee. I'm telling you with experience that whatever you do, it comes back to you. And the more love you give out, the more love you receive. And it is true. Our time here is very limited, and we have to make the best use of it. So yes, take care, everybody. Take care of everybody around you as well. Be a better human being, and you will definitely become a better professional. Take care. This is Radhika Dua signing off. Bye bye.